Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Welcome back to Bowlstream TV, our continuing coverage of the 2025 11thframe.com Open, live from Cherry Lanes inside the Diamond Joe Casino in Dubuque, Iowa. This is C Squad. Final qualifying squad. Of tonight, the top 48 players will advance to tomorrow's round number 2. That's going to take place in the morning. It will be a 12-game format tomorrow. 12 games with a unique twist on bonus pins, courtesy of Mike Flanagan, who helped the team put together a format. He came up with an idea. Wow, another 8-pin. There's been so many of those. But with that said, the format tomorrow is if you are the high or have the high game, let's say game 1 of 12 tomorrow, whoever has the highest game of the 48 players will receive 48 bonus pins, so forth and so on. So if you've got the lowest game of the 48 participants in game 1, you will receive 1 bonus pin, and that's how bonus pins are attributed and will be attributed across the 12-game block. Last year, Darren Bloomquist was the number in 48 at plus 92. Had himself a nice Sunday and went on to make the show. Of course, Cam Crow won the event last year, and he is on to the top 48 for sure tomorrow as well. Question here that we're going to answer tonight is which players or which additional players from C Squad, assuming there will be at least a couple who will advance within the top 48. It's not a certain number per squad. It is all scores combined. Speaking of those scores, we've got A and B combined as well. A and B. Right now, 48th is Ryan Burks at plus 54. Plus 54, that's 48th. The number and the barometer that I've set to feel good about has been plus 100. And there were a couple players who got close to it. Caden Stork, by the way, if you saw the end of B Squad, boy, he threw all 3 in the 10th, but needed a double for sure to feel confident and at the very least certainly comfortable leaving the building tonight. Plus 98 should be okay. There are a couple players at plus 97, Matt Hibbert and Zach Carter. Tommy Barnwell had a big game late to get to plus 93, John Shallow at plus 91. Barnwell, Carter, Hibbert, Stork, all bowled in B Squad, and they are 30th through 33rd right now, respectively. Should be very interesting. Historically, heard Jeff talk about Jeff Rickles during our close on B Squad. The C Squad has been historically lower scoring, but it does make sense. I mean, it does track with regard to the number of times the pattern's been laid down in one day. Like, all of those things make sense, and things that we often hear about, of course, when we talk about PBA or PWBA Tour. There is one thing that is tracked across the building, though. I should say across every squad, and that has been the ability to get score on the fresh. There have been at least 2 260 games in game 1 in both squads, and somewhere between 3 to 5 250-plus games, somewhere between 3 to 5, or actually closer to 4 to 6 240-plus games. Now, if that trend doesn't continue, then we might have a lower scoring squad overall. Thank you, Jason, for that reminder. I was waiting for C, but we can get you. Let me make sure A and B are combined. I do have that in front of me. I do see A and B combined. All right, so I'm going to send you the results tab right now. It'll be C squad. I'm going to put C squad results, but it'll get you A, B, C, as well as the combined tally. There you go. And that is now pinned. Thank you for that reminder. I appreciate it. All right, so on our pairs right now, we went to 7 through 10 as 13 through 16, actually specifically 15 and 16. Looks like they needed a couple of extra minutes of practice. Perhaps there was a small delay. So on 7 and 8, Darren Galbraith, Chris Gregg, Randy Muse, and Tony Miller. 9 and 10 features Brock Alderson, Brock Hoagland, Brandon Cryer, and Keaton Ostrowski. When we get over to 13 and 14, we'll have Ethan Beach, Jacob Miner, Jason Miner, and Ray Wigand. And on 15 and 16 to be Adam Keith, Craig Keith, Ryan Keith, and Cody Redner. And I'm going to assume that the Keiths are related to some degree, or they just all wanted to cross together since they have the same last name. We do have a front five at the moment from Keaton Ostrowski. He came up big with Mount Mercy at ITCs this past April, and Las Vegas at South Point. ITCs headed to the Green Bay area, the IAMBowling alley. Speaking of the IAMBowling, Cody Schmidt out there working in at that wonderful center. Shout out to the Orvis brothers. He is bowling. Cody is down on 1 and 2. Thank you, Rodner. Let's see. Cody Rodner. Got it. Thank you. Front six, we did have one 300 game in B squad, and it came from Dawson Peterson. We've got a front five over on 5 and 6. Hope everybody's evening is off to a good start as you enter the broadcast. Hey, certainly thank you for watching tonight. Well, thank you, Mo, for hanging out tonight. Love to hear who you're rooting for, who you're watching. Between 7 through 10 and 13 through 16, we will see just about, well, actually every player at some point for a couple of games as they continue to move about the building. They do end up about one pair to the left of where they started. So, for example, the group on 9 and 10 is actually going to end up finishing on 7 and 8, but they will work their way through the entire house They skipped one pair after the first game, then they skipped 2 pairs after the second game, and that's the pattern for the block. Skip 1, skip 2, skip 1, skip 2. Steven Scott checking in. Hello. We will have Eric Liddig, St. Ambrose head coach. She will join us for games 2 and 3 tonight. And I'm looking forward to that conversation because I watched a lot of St. Ambrose players in both A and B squad, and several of them were incoming freshmen. That's right, Mo, I got you. Mark London is going to hang out with us for a few frames. Mark joined me at the end of game 6, and then once we had our post-game or post-block interview, so we went frame.com.
Once we went back to the studio for the update.
And then we bring Mark back in for a few after that update. And then we'll have our first guest again with regard to Eric Liddig, and he'll tell me all about these cool freshmen that are going to St. Ambrose. With that said, Mark, it does look like, as we watched, if you recall, we were watching, what's my guy's name? Caden Stork, the young 17-year-old I learned, who's 17. Wow. Who threw all 3 in the 10th, and that was clutch to throw all 3. The double was important, but all 3 did get him to plus 98 like we talked about.
Yep.
And that actually keeps him in front of, there were 2 numbers at plus 97. Which will certainly come into play when all is said and done.
And then, as Mr. Riggles pointed out to me, there's a 93, 2 91s, an 86, and it drops from there to 75. So there is a chance that 91 might sneak in. That would be Stephen Hobble, who I've seen toss an 844, and he's the GM over at round 2 in Piasta.
Okay. Wow, 15 and 16. No, I'm looking at 13 and 14. Beg your pardon. I'm like, wow, 15 and 16 started probably 2-3 minutes later than everybody else, and they're already in the 7th frame, but they're not. But they are in frame 4.
These screens can be a little bit tricky because they're all next to each other. Normally there is a gap between pairs, but because of the size of the screen, it can be a little.
They've got me a couple times.
You have an even number followed by an odd without a television monitor. And these, and again, for those of you longtime viewers of the show, these are newer screens they put in just after last year's tournament. So. They are bright, they are bold, and they are quite energy efficient. So.
Bright, bold, and energy efficient. Sounds like a commercial. What are we endorsing here? What should we be buying?
Let's see. For electronics, I'm not sure. But. Well, I mean, that goes back to my radio days of the 80s when I used to have to write commercials, too. That was always fun. And then use a slick radio voice to try to deliver them.
Oh, that's my guy Roger over there with the front 7, and now just a 2-pin there.
Ooh.
Roger Taylor Jr., he is the head coach at Hawkeye Community College right here in Iowa. That is, it's not in Waterloo, but it's just outside
Cedar
of Waterloo.
Falls, maybe a little bit, kind of. It's highlighted on as one of the
It is in Waterloo.
Weather pictures on the local NBC affiliate out of Waterloo, and it is pronounced Waterloo.
Hawkeye is indeed in Waterloo. Wartburg, though, that's another one that that's in Waverly, Iowa. I'm actually surprised to not see, oh my gosh. Wow. Jacob Boxty that was The 9-pin wiggled, Mark.
That didn't even have a. That had a little different sound to it. It was not.
Wow.
It sounded like every pin fell at the same time.
That actually is deflating. My goodness.
Well, with the modern equipment we have, you don't want to throw it 100% efficiently all the time. 95 will work. That means something will hit it, either the ball or something else, rather than the mysterious coat hanger out of the back. Oh, did I say that out loud? I think I did. Sorry.
Brock Alderson was actually, I felt like Brock was in the chat earlier today.
However, I do apologize. I'm going to, total transparency here. I was not allowed to be in the chat during Honeydew List.
Oh, that makes sense.
2.5 hours.
That makes sense.
And then having to scrub kitchen linoleum on my hands and knees and with a brush. Although I think my cat enjoyed it more than I did. He just sat there and watched and looked at me like, "What are you doing?"
Brock has gotten it together quickly over on 9 and 10. It didn't start well for him, but it could end well. He's got his William Penn jersey on. He was watching very early on. Meanwhile, Roger Taylor Jr. back at it. The one thing that has been common, as I talked about this in the opening, you could get score and can get score on the fresh. And I don't see a ton of 260s possibilities, but 240, 250 still look to be available.
Yep. Still bowling on a pattern people normally don't see. And then you're trying to, you don't want to be too careful. You still want to be, trust the process, stick to the process. But you're trying to find your margin of errors on either side, mentally and on the lane. Can you throw it a pinch hard and still get the corner out, or can you throw it a little soft and do that backdoor four trip? Or if you throw it too soft, you punch the head pin in the face and leave the big four plus the 3-pin.
Very interesting. Just watching this opening couple of frames here. I'm seeing more splits, I feel like, than I saw in squads A and B, especially in game one. Unless you're just too far left from the start, which certainly was a possibility for players to be too far left, which was not a good idea.
Now the kicker, if you leave something, big 5, big 6, you don't want to go 4-2 or
correct
5-1, which then you're thinking, oh my God, how many pins did I really just give away? You're trying to
great shot there.
Navigate, excellent shot.
It's Darren Galbraith, excuse me. Shout out to, we got two Mo's tonight. There's Mo rooting for Cody Rodner, and then there's Mo City, former Lindenwood alum there. Shout out to Mo City watching. And in his own words, hardly working and tuned in tonight.
I would certainly hope so for summertime in August. Don't want to be working, too many Saturdays. But although I'll be delivering a paper, the Duluth Telegraph-Herald, in the morning to the parents of Colin Ray, Cubs starting pitcher, who had a tough outing yesterday.
Is that right?
Went 5 innings in, I think it was it was an ND for him, no decision, against the Team Yinzer, which I will stick to my statement of saying that as a Yinzer, Google it if you don't know what it means. Someday, there will be, once again, Major League Baseball in the city of Pittsburgh. It'll happen someday. I will probably not be alive, but it may happen. And as I also say, I didn't think that there was a possibility that the 79 team would be the final World Series winner my dad saw of the three that he saw, he witnessed. I didn't think it'd be the last one I would see of the two I've been around for. But,
well, Mark, would you like to hear something cool? I guess one of those
always,
factoids, if you
always.
will.
Oh, please do.
Roger Taylor Jr., who did have the front seven, and I see someone in the chat. There's Caden rooting for Roger. Roger did finish with 261, which is the second 261 of the day that I've seen.
Wow. Well,
I don't know what the odds would have been for that.
It's kind of, speaking of odds, and they do have gaming here in the building, in case you don't know, especially in the FanDuel Sportsbook. I wonder if that would have been the hot wager of the day. How many 261s?
Yeah, no doubt about that.
I can remember I shot that once in a sport league. That is hard to do. You got to have a nice open in there somewhere. It wasn't the 10th.
Indeed, it was 13 and 14 was the pair to be on. 13C was Ethan Beach, 244. I'm sorry, 14C. 14C. Oh, they switched them up. Uh-oh. All right, so now we'll just say C is Ethan Beach according to my sheet that I'm looking at. Letter A was Jacob Miner. So earlier there were no C's. It was just A, B, D, E. Now we have C's. Okay.
All right. Yes, I do work here. I know who's working the counter right now, and that's not like her to do that.
All right. So then Jason Miner also had a big game.
I don't know.
Can someone reference, let me make sure I'm not tripping here, but I believe the Miners did bowl at William Penn. Can someone confirm that for me in the chat? I know.
Oh, we have enough people who know all sorts of things.
Our chat is very smart.
Please, yes, they're.
We're going to have two 260 games bowled on 5 and 6. 260 and 261.
Wow.
I don't think I've ever seen that before, Mo.
And if Kurt Amiseger is watching, I know you're having a flashback too, kiddo, because he and I bowled the Zykes' Sport League.
Yeah, great league.
At Arlington, one of the purest Sport League patterns you'll ever bowl on in your life, surface and pattern. And I actually beat him we both bowled anchor, and I beat him. We both had the back six, 61 to 60.
Wow. That's crazy.
We had people throwing money down. Okay, who's going to mess this up? I'm betting for 60. No, I'm going to bet for 61. Of course, I never saw a dime of it, but, what do you do? But
speaking of Kurt, I saw him.
How was Cowboy?
Last couple of years, he's in Sun City, Arizona.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And that's where Theo Duthay hosts a 10K event called the Cactus Classic at that center.
Okay.
And last year I saw him, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's Kurt. And then this year I just walked right up to him. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're Kurt. I know you bowled the Beverly Sport League, yada. And then he took a minute and it's like, oh, yeah, hey. So we caught up. But he's doing good.
See his lovely bride, Linda?
I did not see her.
Who we call Bubbles?
He was in full working mode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Full mechanic mode. Okay. Yeah. And he was one of the last head mechanics at Hawthorne when the Spagners still had it. Bill and Barb.
Oh, I didn't know he worked there too. How about that? Well, as we know, mechanics are in high demand.
He was one who looked a little tired when they would have the tour there because they would have to, of course, the TV pair was either 9 or 10 or 7 and 8. And they would have to take all the furniture out and move it to the other end of the building, which is not the way you want to spend time at 1 or 2 in the morning, or even 4 in the morning. Wow, nice.
That's a big double.
Especially early, you like to get out of the box with one more will put him in the 30s.
All right, so game 1 is just about complete, with the exception of 15 and 16, who did start late, but they are now in frame 10 as well.
Yeah.
Thank you to Nicole for that info, as well as Ethan. With regard to the minors. And Storm B, 261 at Beverly Lanes is. I can't say I bowled 261 at Beverly.
That was a fun night.
That's still.
I think that was game 2, and we joked that we were not.
This was a 4-game league, right?
No, 3. It was
okay.
3.
What year was this? Do you remember?
Oh gosh, it was probably 08, 07, 08, somewhere in there.
When did I bowl that? I think I bowled 2010, the 09, 10,
it was,
10, 11.
Yeah. It was. I think my last year would have been spring. We ended up spring of 11, because then we moved to Texas that summer. That was a fun league. If you shot 660 in that league, no matter the pattern, you felt like you did something.
Oh, 100%.
We would go the next night to Hawthorne and shoot 660, and you've got your head in your hands thinking, oh my God, how many pins did I actually leave out there?
Yeah, that is still the best sport league I've ever bowled in. And I bowled a couple, especially straight out of school. Of course, Brunswick Zone at the time had several PBA experience leagues that you'd bowl in over the summer and even some in the fall. But they had one of those leagues where I forgot how you got to this championship, almost this playoff-like tournament. But it's me, Dre, Shanice, and my wife. We ended up getting to this extra, bonus tournament, if you will, and we won the thing.
With all the other league winners?
Yeah, it was $3,000 on top.
Oh my gosh, nice.
But it still didn't compare to the Beverly League. Because players like yourself, Kurt, Les Johnson bowled in it for a few years.
I was there the year that she bowled, and it was, you watch these people bowl on TV, and then you get to see them literally 15 feet away, and you're going, oh my God. Can I do that? No. I've never thought of doing it that way. I should try it. Yeah, okay. Yep. Liz was Liz. And get this. That was the year she won the national high average for sport bowling.
Probably right there in that league.
Was in that league.
That's crazy. Anyway, Adam Keith, Craig Keith, Ryan Keith, and Cody Rodner, as we talked about, they are finishing up 15 and 16. They got a couple of extra minutes of practice, I believe, to some form of delay. So they are finishing up game 1. And then we will allow them to finish up. And then we'll welcome in Eric Liddig, head coach of St. Ambrose. But before you go, Mark, how long have you been in the newspaper role here in Dubuque? And then kind of what made you want to get back and kind of in that business, if you will?
Well, my dad was a suit for a newspaper starting back in the Mad Men era, the early 60s. And he always joked to me, Mark, I think you're wasting your time. You should be in the newspaper business. So, of course, I had to wait till after he passed. So I worked I'm in distribution. I've been there for 4 years. First at night and then early in the morning, which I'll be there tomorrow. But, and then, told the sports editor, hey, if you want me to cover this tournament, let me know. He said, oh, okay. So,
what other items or sports do you get to cover? What's
Just bowling.
local? Okay.
Just bowling. Yeah. Yeah, they've got enough. I think they have 2 other riders plus a bunch of stringers that go out and cover all the high schools. There's enough. You know, we have 3 states worth of high schools to cover. Probably about an hour in each direction out of Dubuque.
Football season is upon us.
Yes.
Especially high school football.
And they moved the big controversy, or almost controversy, they moved girls tennis to fall rather than spring. So they only had a couple months off between last year's this past season state champions and the first week, which was this past week.
All right, game 1 now is officially over. And with that, we've had a couple of games of Mark. I just learned something a little bit new about him that I didn't know, which is great.
Oh,
2 things, actually. The one that's going to stand out is the 261 to 260 versus Kurt Emsey. How about that?
the cowboy match, yes.
That's great. All right, Mark, I appreciate your time, my guy.
All right.
You're here tomorrow, correct?
I will be here tomorrow.
You'll be here all day.
Not quite all. Well,
Okay.
I'll be here probably, well, if I can get permission at the house, I could be here probably by 3.
What time do they normally, in the past, have started the?
Step ladder has been 4.
That makes sense.
4:30.
Gotcha.
Somewhere in there.
Makes sense.
I'll get here for the last couple games of the Flanagan format, and then get a couple interviews for the story, and make sure I get all the locals listed this year. And I was reminded that I missed one last year. I said, look, I thought you moved to Cedar Rapids, my man. So he goes, no. My parents were pulling your leg. I said, oh, great, thanks. please tell them that. It's all good.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you. And
Sure.
I'll see you tomorrow.
We will be here.
All right.
Folks, enjoy the rest of qualifying. I'm going to guess that our 90.
I'm going to write this down.
All right, here we go. Yeah, then you can.
We'll talk about it. What's your number?
Let's see. What is that list again?
48th.
I believe
54th.
I'm going to say 93 is going to get in.
Okay. Mark says plus 93, which means
Chance-
Tommy Barnwell is safe.
Chance of 91. Because otherwise Stephen Hobble will send me an evil message.
That's fair.
Don't be dissing me. No. Come on, Stephen. It's all good. Up next to the stations down the line, Coach Eric will be in here. And we'll have the story in the online edition of Mondays. Iowa Newspaper Award-winning Dubuque Telegraph-Herald.
Look forward to seeing that. I will read the online edition. Make sure it's in there.
Let's see. It will not be in print until Wednesday.
Okay.
We're only Wednesday, Friday, Sunday now.
All right, bet. That is Mark London, the Hall of Famer Mark London. Still handling his business in the media world with regards to bowling. And now we will have Mr. Liddig join us here momentarily. Eric is actually watching at least 2 players of his. I'll find out which 2 players those are here in just a second. Samantha, by the way. Yes, we'll watch Jeffrey Stevens, which means Jeffrey should be he'll be on camera probably in game 4. They should have skipped 2. No, I'm sorry. They should skip 2 after this. So he'll be here. He'll be on 7 and 8, I think. With that said, we welcome in the head coach of St. Ambrose University. The bowling program's there. Eric Liddig. And Coach, first of all, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm in a bowling alley watching a lot of good bowlers.
And so I'm going to start there because this morning we had a conversation, even last night, I think it was, and you were talking about how good you have it, basically.
My life's pretty good. Yep. I'm very blessed. Yep. Yep. Coaching bowling and golf and being around great people and being at a college that they treat me well, I couldn't have it any better. Yeah.
Well, that's important.
Yeah.
All right, so which two players are we watching tonight?
Well, I got two of my incoming freshmen here right now on 9 and 10. And they're Jackson Satterley, he's from Waterloo. He started out really good. He had a 260 the first game. He had 10 really, really quality shots. He had 2 shots that he got in and got out of it with a 9 spare, so he shot 260. And Derek Lewandowski, my left-hander from Muscatine, who he's bowled pretty good this summer. He bowled well in the made the top 64 junior gold, and he won the Youth Open all events title. But he had some errant shots the first game and shot 160. So kind of both ends of the spectrum there, And they're crossing with Roger Taylor Jr. Roger coaches at Hawkeye Community. And Jake Boxty, and he'll be an incoming freshman at Mount Mercy, throws the ball tremendous. Very talented lefty.
Impressed, junior Team USA member.
Yes, yes.
All right, so we do have scores after one, and talked about a couple of 260 games that have been very prevalent in each squad. Game one in particular, we've had at least 2. In fact, now we've had 3. Jason Minor, 267, and then, of course, the Roger Taylor Jr. 261.
Yep.
And Jackson Satterley.
Yep.
As we talked about.
2 of them are on 5 and 6, on the same pair.
And then Ray
Wigand,
248. Ethan Beach, 244. Jorge Rodriguez. I wonder, is that the Jorge from the McKendree?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep.
236. Bobby Habetler from Chicago goes to St. Xavier.
Yep.
Former William Penn head coach Cameron Foster.
Yep. Yep.
235. Darren Galbraith, we saw him shoot 233 on 7 and 8. And Brandon Cryer, he and Christopher, I'm going to say Szynski. Okay.
Szynski.
231 each, along with Cameron Brundage. All 3 of those players.
Cam bowled for
231.
Western Iowa.
Okay.
Brandon Cryers from Minnesota, very good left-hander. One-handed lefty, as opposed to so many of the other lefties we see bowling right now in this general vicinity.
Which
it's almost getting to be an anomaly when we see a good one-hander, isn't it?
Which can be unusual in our current day of in the sport.
Right.
So, Coach, this morning, I had to remember that it's move-in day across.
It is, yeah.
And not just Iowa, but it does seem like maybe the schools in this state have moved in and start school around the same time.
Yeah, right. We start classes on Monday.
So there you go. Okay. So St. Ambrose had a ton of bowlers this morning.
Yeah.
A ton, but I was very impressed with just about all of them to some degree. I talked to Devin
Richards
a little bit
Florida.
earlier, just gave him a compliment.
Yeah.
Evan Flath was, I'm sorry, is it Ethan or Evan?
Evan Flath. Yeah, he had his best stuff working this morning. Yeah.
Boy. And I looked him up like, oh, he's going to be a freshman. Mm-hmm. So how do we get to some of these players? Obviously, you did a great job recruiting. But what stood out to some of these players, and ultimately, why do recruits end up choosing St. Ambrose?
Well, there's so many factors that go into every single bowler's decisions.
Sure, everybody's different.
Yeah. There's no right or wrong answer to that. You've got, you basically got a mental or even a physical checklist of things. For many, for 80-90% of people, cost is a factor. Proximity to home is not an issue for a lot of people, but for some people, they want to stay closer to home. Campus size, academics, let's hope that plays a huge factor in your decisions. Campus, bowling program, coaching staff, what other bowlers are there? Do you feel at home? There are so many factors into what goes into a bowler's decision. For me, when I watch bowlers compete, you're not only looking for physical prowess, because there's a lot of bowlers that throw it really good. I look for how they conduct themselves, how they interact with their fellow competitors, how they interact with their parents when they're bowling the high pressure events, because I don't want to have to deal with a lot of drama. You're always going to have to deal with some, but I want quality people first, quality students second, quality bowlers third. And if you happen to get all three in the same package, wow, that's a tremendous asset to have. So, and your top players that end up going to your top 10 or 12 schools, they bowl the big events. They bowl Junior Gold. They bowl Team USA trials. They bowl your SYCs, your PBA juniors, your big scholarship tournaments throughout the country. That's why they get to this stage quite a bit earlier than some others.
Sure.
So they're battle tested already.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
It's a much different, and you can obviously correct me if I'm wrong, because you're in the mix in regards to recruiting. But it seems like it's just a little bit of a different landscape, because to some degree the players, with respect to my generation and the couple that came after that, they're just better earlier.
Oh, well.
And there's so many who are better earlier.
Yeah, well, that's what is the greatest thing about our sport, in my opinion, right now, is there's more good bowlers. They get there younger, and there's, like you just said, there's more of them. And that's going to continue as long as we continue to have, scholarship bowling and collegiate bowling and SYCs and all of these training places that are opening up, and the good coaching and your technology tools that people use, and the cell phones taking videos. These kids here today can bowl somewhere against top quality condition or competition every weekend if they want. When you do that, these kids, when they get to college, they're ready to go. They're all ready to make their mark. We've seen recently, both on the men's and the women's side, 16-year-olds make the telecast.
Sure.
Spencer did it in the Masters, I believe, and Jillian Martin's already won twice, I think, before she turned 17 on the women's tour.
She won at 17.
Yeah, she's ready to go, So that's the fun part about coaching. It's the fun part about being involved in the sport, is tremendous competitive opportunities like these for young bowlers, and for older bowlers too. For any bowler that wants to come out and compete at the highest level, opportunities are there all the time. It's just a matter of getting out and doing it. You can't fear failure. You got to go compete.
Spoken like a true coach right there.
Well, sometimes. Sometimes.
I was ready to get some more eligibility right there.
Yeah, you told me when I was in here you weren't going to tell any bad stories about me.
That is correct. That is correct. I'm gonna go hard, because I know I got you for 2 games at least. Folks, by the way, I talked about the scores, but don't forget the link is pinned to the chat, so you can click the link. You can also check not only C squad results, but you can revert and refer back to squads A and B this morning. There's also an A and B combined standings as well that you can take a look at also. Make sure you do that, and then what I'll do for those who haven't had a chance, I will throw some standings on the screen for you just so you can get a quick look. In front of us on 7 and 8 specifically at this particular time, Jaden Kennedy, who's getting a lot of love in the chat, along with Brendan Hall, Tristan Albrecht, and Juan Aguirre on 7 and 8. And over on 9 and 10, we talked about Jackson Satterley, Roger Taylor Jr., Jake Boxty, and Derek Lewandowski. I don't know where I saw Derek at. I think the Midwest Youth main event. I think he bowled that maybe once or twice.
Junior gold.
Maybe junior gold.
Yeah, he made the top 64 junior gold this year. Yeah.
Junior gold, the place to be.
Yep.
Not much has changed kind of in that regard.
No, that's always the premier event that so many youth bowlers aim for. You want to be peaking at the right time there to come in and bowl well and give a good account of yourself. Doesn't always happen, but that's always the goal. You know.
The Team USA aspect, and you know, I go back to my time as a youth player. You know, I didn't know one youth bowler who didn't want to be on Junior Team USA.
Oh yeah, that's yeah.
And those are lifelong.
Yeah.
You know, youth from a youth perspective goals to
Yep.
try to achieve, to reach.
That's one of the pinnacles in our sport for a young bowler is to, I mean, even if you don't travel internationally, because
Right.
half the team probably won't get to travel
Correct.
during their tenure, but that's a, you know, it's like becoming an Eagle Scout. It's something they can never take away from you. If you were on Junior Team USA, it's an honorary title that you will have forever, you know, because very, very few people ever make that. Junior Team USA or Adult Team USA for that matter.
Let's quick look at the standings through 31st. Again, we're taking 48 tomorrow. That's just C squad after one game.
After two squads, the theoretical cut, you know, if you take 16, 16, 16, was plus 97 for 32nd.
Okay.
So that's just kind of the theoretical cut. This morning before tournament started, I got asked what I thought the cut would be. I said 90.
Okay.
Bob Hockrine, the manager, immediately standing next to me, said, I'll take 110.
Ooh.
And I said, maybe we'll have it, hit it, attaboy. Maybe we'll have it sandwiched. But I don't know if it'll get to 90. You know, there's a lot of 70s and 80s right in the running right now that are hoping that it gets to them. But we won't know for a couple hours yet, will we?
Well, Mark London's in at plus 93, actually, with a chance of plus 91.
Is that what he's considering for the number?
Those numbers really do seem to be in play.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And we're a game and a half in.
Yeah.
And even though there were 3 260 games.
Well, you're going to have that on every squad. Guys that figure them out on game one after 10 minutes of practice, you're always going to have some big games out of the gate.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of those lower tallies.
They're in the 20s, which kind of has been the norm.
Yeah.
So this squad didn't really start out any slower than the other two squads, which puts the, like you said, the 90s more in play.
But it feels slightly different, and it's maybe because, you know, we didn't have people everywhere possibly shooting 260.
Mm-hmm.
Like out the gates, A and B, there were pockets everywhere of people flirting with 260.
Yeah.
Even though, again, tonight there were 3. We had one more 260 game in game
But
one.
we only had below that. We only had 2 240 games
and no 250s,
which is like you said this morning and on B squad, which, in my opinion, and you never want to say, you know, there's a lack of talent because there's phenomenal talent all three squads. Just maybe this C squad, which is typical when we see it at this tournament of the Fall or Winter Classic, just a touch below as you know, for depth of squad. You know, and again, that's an opinion. That's not a fact. You know, there's no way to prove that. You know, for all we know, a couple hours from now, there could be more people on this squad make it than the other two. So you never know how that's going to play out.
Aiden Kinney just left a brutal 9-pin. He might be the furthest left of some players that I've seen throughout the couple of squads, especially with reactive.
Yeah, most of my players, we had made up our mind we were going to stay right. I just did not like the first couple games, that left to right motion, which is typical on most shorter patterns. You know, stay on top of it. When you do make a little mistake, you leave something you can make. Whether you're going so much left to right, that brings big four washout into play a little bit more on a pattern like this that there's so much friction on. Just my opinion, just my strategy, but yeah, whatever you're doing, if it's working, keep doing it. You know, I mean, this pattern doesn't force you to throw urethane, doesn't force you to be totally on top of it. There's a few options there, but that's also kind of why the last 2-3 games on each squad kind of it's easy to shoot 170.
Yep.
Because
Definitely.
now the pairs are so different when you're moving based on who's bowled there before and what they've thrown and what surface they started with. You don't just, it's like college bowling. You know this because you bowled college. You don't just waltz over to each new pair you go to and you're 50 over through 3 frames. I always say to Dell, why can't we just be even through 3 instead of 30 or 40 under? We got to dig our way out of it if we try to get lined up on this pair, you know. Yeah, this is a pattern, you know. People watching might think, man, they're throwing a lot of strikes. Well, if you're bowling good, you can throw some strikes on this pattern, but if you're throwing it all over the place, you ain't going to bluff your way to 50 or 60 over. It's not going to happen. And you really don't have to throw the ball very bad to shoot, you know, 20, 30 over either. You know, a few shots here or there, and, you know, you're only bowling 60 frames. And if you got 20 of them that aren't very good, it's going to be hard to string some good games in there if every third shot is not very good, you know.
Jacob Boxley trying to figure out what the trouble is. Some folks already done over on 13 and 14.
You know, Jake hasn't thrown it that bad either, game 1 or game 2 that I've seen. He's just not being able to get the corners out. And a 6-pin here or there. I mean, he's close. And how many people bowled all day today and said they finished 20, 30 over and they felt like they were close? Well, that's the sport of bowling, isn't it? Jackson getting another strike there. He's trying to save this game.
Strike off camera. Just a quick look at Chris Ray. I feel like Chris Ray, former junior Team USA back in the day. If this is the same Chris Ray,
I don't know him. Where was he from?
If it's the player that I'm thinking of, he would be from Southern Illinois.
Look at that, Emil. You got everything at your fingertips right now. That's the modern era we just talked about.
Hey, he's from like Granite City, if that's him.
Down by St. Louis, yeah. Right outside St. Louis.
See, the player I'm thinking of did go to McKendree, and that's what popped up from Google.
Well, hit Mike.
But I didn't see his photo.
Okay. Derek Lewandowski here trying to make a big game here to get that first game back and get back going again. That looks close. And it was more than close. It was good.
Lewandowski right now, bottom of your screen. 230, 220 on 13 and 14. Always been keeping track of
he needs this because he shot 160 the first game. So he needs this 240 here to get back to plus. And that's tournament bowling too. It's, you know, it's easy to shoot 160, 170, you know, or even less than that, you know. But you got to battle through it and hope that there's enough good games in the bag to compensate for that pair you struggled on.
Talked about Jorge Rodriguez and, ironically enough, McKendree, and here he is.
Yeah, he had a pretty solid 230 start. I saw him bowl. I mean, Jorge's always thrown the ball phenomenal. Very, very talented. 2-4-10, nice conversion there. Hook. Yeah, I thought that might be a little late, and it was. 6.5. Still going to be a nice 238, right back to -2.
Alderson's going to get to 213 over there on 13 and 14. How about a make right here? That's a tough one there from that was
the lefty you talking about?
Yeah, Scott. No,
Brock
sorry.
Alderson
On 15 and 16.
Oh,
according to that, this is Scott. That was Scott Crutel. Derek Kinding on is letter A.
Yep. He bowled our Greater Iowas many years ago as well. I've known Derek for a long time.
There is hook off the gutter.
Yeah, and I mean, based on, you know, what you're throwing, your rev rate, your release, you can be on top of it. If I was still bowling competitive, that's probably where I would have been out there. You know, I was 19 miles an hour. I'd be up 2 or 3 probably, not giving it away a millimeter. I'm not saying I would have bowled well, but that's where I'd have been trying to play him probably.
Yeah, I've been watching, you know, players be able to get reactive back, certainly, and then urethane back also.
Well, you look at that shot, Brendan. I mean, look at what we just had there on 7 and 8. We got a PBA washout there, and we had a 4-9 over here, and it's easy to leave either one. You know, if you're a little far left, and again, you're trying to pinpoint that break point, it's easy to either get it in and it doesn't come off the spot, or you get it to the friction early because you know you have to get it there, just not early. It goes through the face. So that's all, you know, all part of what you're throwing and where you're playing and where you got your eyes. You didn't have to be in the same place, but everybody did have to get to some friction here. You can't shim it in there on this. Maybe later in the day when there's some carry down in the middle part of the lane, you can, but not early, because that ball, like right there, that he just threw on lane 7, you think it's going to hook and it just backs up because the ball's too far left. It never got, that ball didn't get past like 8 or 9, it didn't look like to me. Jake Boxty shooting 190 here. Don't remember. I think he had 190 something the first game. Or 186. So yeah, he's 20 under or 30 under here. Not going to be 20 some under after 2. He's capable of throwing lots of strikes though. There are a lot of very talented lefties on this squad. I see Gabe Castro here.
Purdue.
From Purdue. Very good lefty. You had Keaton Ostrowski from Mount Mercy. Jake Boxty going to Mount Mercy.
This is the squad with the most amount of lefties in it.
Yeah. So we're going to find out how playable the left was in a couple hours here. There goes Trent Mitchell. He's always on C squad. Always. Wow. Trying to get his ball to face up at the right time. You know, Cam, who won last year, Cam Crow, bowled for me, and this morning he came out and bowled, or this afternoon came out and bowled pretty good again. But he just beats him by sheer speed and power sometimes, with taking that lane out of play sometimes, and I can just chuck it to the friction, and he never has to worry about the ball not hooking, because he creates so much, so many revs. That's how he won last year. He just beat the field on speed. Good place for that. Jackson Satterley finishing with a 216 over there. That goes good with that 260 opener. Yeah, Emil, I've been in the booth a lot over the years with Mike Flanagan. I've been in the booth with Craig Elliott, but I'm really honored to be in the booth with you. You and I have known each other for a long time, and I appreciate what you do, and you're really, really good at it. So I'm enjoying this time.
Thank you.
So,
yeah, we go way back.
We do.
I still recall my Greater Iowa youth days.
Yep.
Bowled about 2 years worth of what I would call solid tournaments.
Yep.
Making
you
a
were
drive
at Lindenwood.
making a drive from
Because you're
St.
originally
Charles.
from Chicago, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you and Andre Parker used to travel sometimes together, because he's from South Holland, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at you knowing the
I still remember
the recap hometown.
I still see Andre once in a while here and there. Yeah.
I see him a couple times a month. We actually bowled league together the last couple of years.
Oh, really? Okay.
And then we had kids and got married like within a few years of one another. So, we do the birthday party thing that, dads do and parents and whatnot. Our first in, as we are complete with 7 through 10, 11 and 12 still going. I'll get you to 13 to 16. I think there's a frame or two left there. It's Jorge. He'll be in the 250s.
Yeah, regardless of what that ball did, it's just really hard to be that clean through it. I mean, he's just very talented bowler. Oh, that was his fail ball, it looked like.
Yeah, he shot.
They had some good scores on that pair. 250, 240, 230.
Yeah, I would 13 to 16. That's a beta watch. 7 and 8 was really good for a while earlier, but Game 5, the last. Both squads. Game 5, 7 and 8. Struggled. It doesn't matter who was bowling, but if you laid your ball down around 10, instant left. It's dead duck hooking left.
There were a couple pairs out there that I saw like that. Yeah.
And then you try to slightly give it away.
Just wobbles
create a little angle.
Yeah.
Super tight down lane.
Yep. And again, that's tournament bowling, it's easy to stand here and say, well, just figure it out. But essentially you do. That's what you do as a competitive bowler. When you're bowling good, you solve the puzzle more often than when you're struggling a little bit, then you don't really solve the puzzle. And again, it's easy to sit here and say, well, do this or do that, but it's another thing to actually do it. You know, when somebody gets the ball 5 left of what they're looking at, they're not doing it on purpose.
Sure. Yeah, you got that right. Oh, my apologies there, Brendan. Thank you, Mo, by the way. I saw your note, and I did look over on the high end, and I do see a lane off. So there could indeed be.
Maybe a problem going on over there?
Possibly, yeah. Maybe a breakdown. We'll find out. I didn't see.
It's been clear. Knock on wood, it's been clear sailing all day.
Yep. But it's because I'm here.
Well, 1 and 2 are off, too, but I think.
They're waiting for.
Yeah.
The new group over on to get to 1 and 2.
Yeah. Coming from the high end.
Once I see Joe, I'll see what the situation might be.
Other than that, it's going good.
Because we worked ourselves smoothly into game 3. The pace was going pretty well.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they're moving right along. What time did the squad get started? Maybe 20 minutes late, because B squad was about 15. So not
this
bad.
This one actually started close to 5:30.
Did it? Okay,
yeah.
so about the same then, about 15 more minutes. So.
Hey, there's Clay Reese. How about that?
Yep. He flies in for a lot of these events. Clay's a very good bowler, too.
I forgot his Lizzie. I believe
yes, his daughter Lizzie.
Yep.
She throws the ball nice, too.
Yep, she bowled. Shoot, what did she bowl? I think it was junior goal, but I swear she bowled a PWBA something or the other recently. I could be. I feel like I'm not making that up, so. Look at Mo giving me all the updates. Looks like there was a belt issue on 19-ish.
Well, Gabe just walks up and throws a double out of the gate there, like it's nothing.
That's not a surprise to me.
No. When that kid gets his strike ball working, he strikes for days.
That is not a surprise. Christopher, I figured that out, too, with regards to Big Toph after seeing the last, his jersey.
Which bowler is that?
Topher. So I don't know if we should just call him Topher or Christopher. That's his actual name in the standings.
Oh.
But on the jersey, you see Topher there. With that said, his last name is pronounced according to our chat, Chashansky.
Oh, okay. So I had it wrong. Yep.
So the inn that we had with Greater Iowa, I don't think we ever bowl Greater Iowa unless we don't meet Ashley Gordon, who lived in East Moline.
East Moline, yeah.
And of course, she was bowling all of those tournaments.
Yeah. Yep.
She went to Lindenwood. If we don't meet, we don't ever bowl. We don't even know what it is. We never even get a chance to find out what it is. That's how we got to Great Irish, because hey, I'm going to bowl one tournament. You guys want to go? Where is it?
Yeah.
It's in Iowa. Well, how does it work? Oh, you can stay at my house. Okay.
Well, again,
we stayed a lot at Ashley's house.
But that's where friendships are born.
Absolutely.
In college bowling. We have our introductory meeting on Monday, and off we go for tryouts starting Tuesday. And every year I sound like a broken record to the kids that are in their 3rd and 4th year with me, but I always say, we got 50 kids sitting there, and I always say, I can pretty much guarantee that everybody in this room is not going to be best friends.
Sure.
But I can guarantee you that 50 years from now, most of you kids are going to say you met some of your best friends right from this room. And, we got kids, last year we had kids on the team from 14 states. And I mean, if you don't come to school for athletics, you're not going to meet most of those people. And so many people, cross your path in life, and like I always say, everybody in my phone, 90% of the people in my phone are, fellow coaches or bowlers I've bowled against or with, or kids that I've coached over the years, or You know, and that's, to me, again, that's a big plus about the sport of bowling. It's an honor for me to know all the people that I know through the sport of bowling.
I'm curious, what year was it where St. Ambrose, nice shot there, Big Toe. What year was it that St. Ambrose kind of became this national program? Meaning you had athletes or recruits from
Well,
various states and not just Iowa.
well, when I first got to St. Ambrose, almost everybody on our roster was from Iowa or Illinois.
Sure.
And not to sell Iowa or Illinois short, because tremendous talent in both states, but I just, you know, I had goals. I wanted to, you know, compete with the good teams, and I said, I think you have to recruit nationwide to do that. And you know, we first made nationals in 2018, so we've been on the roll. But when you start getting some, this is the same way, I guarantee you, John at Lawrence Tech and Katie at SCAD can tell you the same thing. When you start getting a good player or two and your program starts moving up in the ranks, now you get more looks from more good players, because good bowlers want to go where good bowlers are at. So now all of a sudden, here you come, you know. And I remember sitting in the booth with Mike Flanagan in Waterloo about 4 or 5 years ago, and I said, when I first started coaching 16 years ago, I thought you had what you called the Big Seven, of which Lindenwood is one of them. You had about 7 teams, I thought, that could compete for a national title. And 4 or 5 years ago, I said that number, I think, is about 12 or 13. And in a few more years, that number is going to be about 20. You know?
Yep.
And that's what's great about our sport.
Yep.
But it makes our job a lot harder as coaches, you know. But that's what you want for the sport, you know.
Yeah, I'll never forget after we won nationals, obviously, which is still one of the best memories I'll ever have.
My God,
and
yes.
always will be.
Yeah.
But that year, junior gold, that summer, 2005, I met Ryan Council, Mark French.
Yep.
Who also actually came to bowl some Iowa tournaments with us.
Mark was a Greater Iowa champion.
And he was.
Yeah.
And he actually just got inducted into the Ventura County Hall of Fame.
He's in Ventura,
Yeah,
California.
Yeah. But I met them, and they said they were going to Lindenwood, and that's when I kind of realized, okay, we had kind of made it.
Yeah, right.
Now we're getting.
Yeah.
And to some degree, we were already there because, Chicago, Shea is from Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. We had a lot of players from Pennsylvania, some Chicago, Canada.
Yeah.
Already in the program.
Yep.
Right. And so we came in, from various spots, and then. But the California felt like, okay, this is like a destination now. Like people are actually going to fly here.
Yeah.
To go to school.
Yep. I've had 4 or 5, I think 5 bowlers from, maybe 6 from California. Recently, I got Elias O'Halloran just got on campus. That's
former junior
a big
gold champ.
pickup for us. Yeah.
Gabe talked about Gabe going to Purdue. He's won a couple Elite Youth Tour titles.
Yeah.
Shot 300 actually in the Elite Youth Tour event. Nick Solar bowling on 7 and 8 as well. Jeremy Keneally.
Purdue's another program that, boy, you never sell them short because they're always competitive. Always competitive.
True club team.
Yes.
As well.
Yep. Such a big engineering school. They've got plenty of other stuff, but engineering they're really, really known for.
FYI on 19 and 20, from what I was told, was going to be, at least at the time I was told, it was maybe another 10 minutes or so. So what I'm seeing is the group that's, I don't know if they were mid-game or finished. That I don't know. Like a nice little group, probably trying to figure out or get the instructions, I would say, from the tournament staff, and make sure they.
Depends on how long that breakdown is and what their plan of action is, and they're really, you can't. There's nowhere to move them to because every pair is taken. So
we'll keep you updated. Just bear in mind at some point tonight, there will be some level of delay with regard to where bowlers are going to end up on the live stream. So there might be some empty pairs, and it'll be because of this particular delay.
That pair is still bowling, yeah.
That also will affect the scores. So if they are not done with game 2,
that's true,
then we will not have game 2 scores until that is obviously complete.
Well, if the pair, if there's a significant delay, they may run them without that pair, and then maybe they catch up a little bit, and maybe later in the day they add them back in. I don't want to speak for them, for Joe and Rosie and Jen, but whatever they want to do. Another former junior Team USA member here on lane 9, Jeremy Keneally, went to McKendree.
Since Mo getting a few warm-up shots down there, which would be certainly apropos. So that'll give us an opportunity. Give you a look at 13 to 16. They're still early on in what is game 3 for that group, or these groups.
Yeah, they're in frame 4 or 5, right?
Trent Mitchell next door with the front 3. You got a chance to see Luke Switolski at all?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Throws the ball really good. Yep. It's another one. He's going to Mount Mercy, going to be a freshman this year.
Yeah, I did not expect to see him bowling.
Well, actually, I think he might. I think he might have been the last person in the field.
Correct. I talked to his parents. Before this, because they, oh, what are you guys doing here? And then of course, it was move-in day.
I was in the office with Joe and Rosie and Jen last night when one of Luke's friends came in and said, "What are the chances of him getting in?" And he ended up getting in. I think I was 90% sure he was the last person in the field because there were no re-entries. No-shows. Everybody came, and which is, as a tournament director, there's nothing worse than no-shows. And I mean, I know there's emergencies or flat tires or speeding tickets, but usually speeding tickets and flat tires, you were cutting it a little close to begin with if you can't get there. But once in a while, somebody's going to have an emergency, but usually you call or text or something. But it was nice to see not a single person didn't come. Everybody made it. Now, if you're one of the bowlers that signed the re-entry sheet, that's not good news, but
5 and 6. Well, it started off as a favorable pair with Roger and Jackson shooting 261 and 260 respectively, and it looks even better. He gave it out a run.
Yeah, well, you got to go for that. I mean, that can be made. You're not trying to take one there, you're trying to make it. Sometimes you don't get either one. Tony Handrahan here on 9 and 10, another former Greater Iowa champion bowling here from Minnesota. Luke Switolski up right now on lane 6.
He's going to enter the left of your screen.
He's got spare double here. I didn't see what he had game 2, but
Luke's been one of the best in the Elite Youth Tour. Gets that one to lay off.
Yep.
He's bowled a ton of PBA regionals, and he was kind of moving in like Landon and Griffin, Jordan train, where you could easily start to see okay, youth bowling. They've kind of advanced, right? Especially Landon, his success obviously, with limited events from the PBA perspective, making the U.S. Open show. But you start to see Luke bowl more and more PBA regionals and performing.
And be a factor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, he's a bowler that when he comes in, it's never a surprise when he's in the race. That's never a shock.
I told him things have changed a little bit, but there's no chance I was thinking about bowling a tournament on the day of move-in at college. But later that week, a group of us did actually bowl basically like a 5-on-5 against like the best bowlers in St. Charles.
Well, I know, right when I got here this morning, I know Dave Barris was coming in. I was walking out to the car. One of my bowlers from the Quad Cities had a ball drilled from Jake Bedard up in Waterloo. So I was putting it in my car, and Dave Barris was coming in, and he immediately said to Jake, "We're playing golf at 3 o'clock today." Well, I knew as soon as I heard that they had to be playing over at the Meadows on the west side of Dubuque, and he said, "Yeah, we're playing at the Meadows." So I know Dave bowled this morning and then went and played golf at 3. So that's a full day when you come in here and bowl your tournament and then go play 18 holes of golf, especially as hot as it probably was out there. I haven't left the building in 11 hours, but it was supposed to get to 90 out there. I would assume it did. So.
Well, I'm going to guess, and this is only based on lane 7 and 8. Trent Mitchell left of your screen.
Barely makes it, swishes them out of there and gives it the old fist clench.
Former Team USA member.
U.S. Amateur champion. Yeah. Beat Nate Stubler in the championship match that year. Yep. Shot a 248 to win that event. Yep.
Quick look at 13 through 16. 7 and 8 was it actually kind of got Dave a little bit, and I think he managed 202 in the open. Unfortunately, in the 10.
Who was that?
Dave.
Oh,
during A Squad this morning.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see what he finished at, Dave Barris. I don't. Probably saw it. I just don't remember it. Yeah.
And it got Chad, unfortunately, as well. And that was the first sign, like, all right, so it might take later in the block, but the carry down urethane portion, it's going to creep up a little bit.
And Dave's a medium rev player to where he could probably get into something bigger, and I didn't see if he did or not.
He ended up getting closer to the friction, which was great.
Yeah, you can do that too,
he
right?
Moved right. Dave got to plus 25.
Okay.
Plus 25.
And Dave's won everything there is to win.
Absolutely. For my first kind of intro, if you will, to Dave and Chad, of course,
Chad Mouse,
was
I think Chad struggled a little bit today too.
7 and 8 got him.
Is that they start on 7 and 8?
No, it was game 5.
Oh, game 5.
Yep.
Okay.
And the reason it stuck out, he has really good players.
Yeah.
Having to struggle. Andy Mills was on lane 9 in the same situation, and the first shot he threw probably hit 10. Runaway 5-10. He almost left. Yeah. Chad Moss, same situation. He almost gets 3 off the left, but somehow got 4. And that's how you knew those pairs were very interesting. But the same thing happened in the same game in B Squad on the same pair.
Yeah, it's just like, everybody in your home houses, you learn pair and lane characteristics, and on 1 and 2 here, 1 seems to hook significantly earlier than lane 2, which prior to this year, that was lanes 5 and 6, because they counted the party room 1 through 4, but they've renumbered the lanes out here. And sometimes good luck trying to make sense out of that. Where our Classic League bowls,
right,
23 and 24, the scoring there is fine, but for whatever reason, lane 23 just caves in significantly faster than 24. Sometimes if you start thinking too hard about trying to make sense out of all that stuff, you'll drive yourself into the insane asylum. You just have to realize it and go with it.
Top 48 advance to tomorrow's round 2. 12 games of bowling. So theoretically, right, 2 6-game blocks, but it's 12 straight.
With all the bonus, the Peterson points and the Flanagan point system, as we call it. If you shoot 300 game 1, you get 48 points because you beat the field. If you shoot 130 game 1, you probably get 1 point because you probably didn't beat anybody. So the volatility, anybody that makes the cut can win tomorrow. The tournament begins tomorrow, but you have to use today to get there. Otherwise, you don't get a chance. I mean, the year in 2017 when Adam Morse won, he was qualified 41st, I think, and came in and started Sunday was 6 straight 250 games and was in the lead in 6 games.
6 straight.
Yeah. But that's the high volatility of the format tomorrow. I mean, just think about it. You come in and you shoot 160 game 1, and you get 5 bonus pins, or 2 or 3 bonus pins. And you come in and shoot 279 and you get 48 bonus pins. You just made up 170 pins on another guy. So tomorrow's fun to be a part of because there is high volatility. Like last year, there was a 100 pin going into game 12 tomorrow, which game 18 of the tournament. There was a 100 pin gap between 4th and 5th, but from 5th to 15th, there was, I believe, 42 pins. So there were 11 guys within 42 pins of each other. It was just whichever of those guys decided to shoot 260 or 270 that grabbed that 5th spot.
Let me ask you just to kind of think about it. It's a great shot.
Yeah.
From Christopher, the bottom right of your screen. With the history of the format of the tournament, when you get past game 6, right? Because I'm imagining that's where it kind of gets fun, because you know, no one had bowled that many games, right?
Yes.
Until that time. And so what traditionally, how have the lanes kind of reacted as you got later into that 12-game block?
You know, it kind of traces back to the whole story of this tournament as far back as 2015. You know, getting in this day and age, getting lanes to hold up with this equipment and the high rev rates of the players and that many good players, it's a tricky thing. So back then they were still putting out, you know, medium or longer patterns, but Saturday wasn't the issue. But Sunday, when guys all of a sudden in game 5 and 6 were lofting the caps, that was not a good thing. They knocked 3 of the panels loose, not intentionally, but they all started to loft. So Bob and other people said, well, let's do what we can to force them right longer. But even with this pattern that forces them right longer, you're still going to see some guys get left tomorrow in those last 4 or 5 games. But I don't believe it'll be lofting involved. But, you know, I mean, anytime when you got 12 games with 4 bowlers on a pair, you've got, count in practice, you've got well over 50 games by the end of the day on a pair of lanes. So they will be significantly different to finish tomorrow than they started with 12 games. I mean, we see that today. Then you tack another shift onto that, you know?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. And I'm also, that's why I was like, let me prepare myself for what could happen.
The lanes, what they do to them, plus the volatility of the format with the bonus pins creates so much up and down. I mean, you can pass 20 guys one game and you can go the other way against 20 guys in one game too. But
yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a great word, volatility.
It's just who figures them out and who executes. It's no different than any other tournament. It's just you don't usually see 12 straight games in many tournaments anymore.
The funny thing to me is that you are describing match play. It's just not match play. And the reason I say that is because in match play, you can get on a run.
Yeah,
like
start winning matches.
I watched Dasha Kovalova go 8-0-4 for 3 in a row. Obviously, she's winning matches, and then of course, because she's bowling so good, she's beating people who are shooting 250, 260 at her, but she's shooting 270. And of course, those individuals are losing, which takes that out of play in this format for tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're beating the field when you bowl a big game.
Yeah, you're not going to lose the 30 bonus pins. You're going to get a bunch of pins.
But at the same time, if you're struggling and you don't have a look, the space between you and the top 5 or 4,
you might shoot 260 one game, but boy, if you shoot 160 right behind it, you're just giving back those bonus pins that you just earned with that 260. So this is always a fun event to really, in the Midwest, really kick off the competitive bowling season. And it's unlike any other event that we have during the year, really around the country that I don't know of. There may be, but I don't know of another event with this kind of a format and this many.
Very unique. No doubt about that.
And I mean, it's one of what I call the 3 majors with the Fall Classic and the Winter Classic in the Midwest that attracts a who's who of bowling. And again, your whole life, don't you want to go bowl where the good bowlers bowl? That's what I did, whether I bowled good or bad or in between. I wanted to go bowl against good bowlers. Same way with our college team. We want to go bowl against the good teams. We want to see how we stack up this week, next week, the week after. You know,
It's really only one way to know.
yeah, go bowl. Yeah.
Well, with the breakdown of 19 and 20, and they are about done, it looks like, with Game 3. So this is unintentionally added an additional layer of intrigue. Because, you know, there is going to be a little bit of time just fast forwarding until we get the final standings, basically.
Yeah.
Right? There's going to be a little bit of a wait, or a longer wait now, because the field or that pair will now be a game behind, basically. And so by the time they get done, just thinking about it, if there's someone in that group who needs a big game to get to the top 48, everybody will be watching.
And I was just going to say, and almost inevitably it will probably happen, that there will be people there that are fighting to make the cut.
Everyone's going to be watching them.
Yeah. And, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. Bob Hochran's managed this bowling center since they opened in 2008.
Well, I got to tell you.
And you don't see a lot of problems here. Bob's just done a magnificent job with it.
It's rare, and I've been in this role, right, in live streaming and around the industry for a long time now. And it's rare when you meet someone, GM, proprietor, who you just know that they get it, they know what they're doing. Like,
he cares.
Instantly, I never met him until yesterday.
Okay.
But
Bob and I have been friends for 35 years. Tremendous bowler in his day.
He was. I came in to begin setup, and of course we had a late change, and Mike had to go to
he's doing the New Mexico
right?
Yep.
And shout out to my guy Mike, and so I was able to kind of fill in for him.
Yeah.
But Joe just forgot to alert Bob that we were still streaming. They would still be streaming the event.
Oh yeah.
And so he was so disappointed. It was like, oh man, we would have had the stage out and all of those things, and he just instantly jumped into the mode of, okay, how can I help you?
Let's get it going.
Be successful. Yeah. Like, what do you need? And of course, me, I'm like, I don't need much. I'm good. I'm very low maintenance.
We can make do with what we got.
Very low maintenance. But he just jumped in like immediately, and I could tell right then and there. And then we were talking last night. He broke down a lot of just kind of Dubuque history, what he's done, just from his career perspective, even before the bowling part. Talked about bowling in the area and all kinds of stuff, man. He was great. And I watched him today just go table to table and settee and emptying.
Oh, he does everything.
Garbage and everything else.
Well, and Bob, because of how his involvement in bowling, plus he's got kids. He had one graduate college. He's got another one going to college, and that bowling sometimes gets pushed back in your priorities a little bit. He doesn't bowl as much as he used to. Still throws it phenomenal, but we were talking this morning, and he said not competitively sharp, and that's one of my favorite terms. But Bob, I mean, my God, how many tournaments did he win in his career? He's a USBC. He won the singles championship in Toledo, I believe it was.
Oh, wow.
I believe he won in Toledo. Maybe it wasn't Toledo. Maybe it was 90. Maybe it was the year after Toledo he won, but he won the singles. And, Bob's just been a good bowler his whole life. And like you said, it doesn't surprise me at all when he said, let's get to work and what do you need? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
This game by Christopher, by the way, 221.
Yeah, he throws the ball nice.
I see why they call him Big Telf, though.
Yeah, he's a big kid.
He is tall. He
has the football player build with more height.
And I noticed he's got some junior gold items, so I'm wondering, is he too, an incoming freshman somewhere? Or is he just, we had a 17-year-old already compete today.
Yeah, yep. And he made the cut. He's going to make the cut.
Yeah, that was what's my guy's name? Just looking at him. Caden Stork.
Yep. Yeah, he's from Wisconsin. Yeah, he shot 258 on the end to get in at 98 over. So very impressive. But that's another young bowler that throws the ball good, but also had the moxie to hang in there when he was 40 over and not realize, I'm done, I'm not throwing it good, to just keep bowling through the finish. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and that could be difficult at that age. And I'm just thinking back to when I was that age.
That bowling maturity, not many have it. One year, Josh Powell in this tournament needed 260 or 270 to make the cut. He finished game 6 with 300, and I think he made the cut by like 20. You don't know when that's going to happen. But if you're not in the right frame of mind, it's never going to happen. And even if you are, it's not going to happen very often when you shoot 270 to make the cut. But if you're not in that right frame of mind, it's never going to happen.
A couple of 240s, in fact, boy, 268, 249, 224.
Boy, that has been a good pair this shift, hasn't it?
Yes, 3 and 4 have been excellent.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have the official Game 2 scores with Jorge Rodriguez leading at plus 94. Ray Wigand plus 83 was second. Boog Kroll had himself a breakout season on the PBA Tour, of course, from recent years. He's 79 over.
Probably the biggest name here this weekend.
Jason Miner, 78 over. Jackson Satterley, 76 over. That was after 2. Chris Ray, 75 over, along with Trent Mitchell. Speaking of Trent, though, he just shot 257.
Yeah, he's rolling.
So 3 and 4, though, folks. Trent was on 5 and 6. And Boog also on that pair. I think he's crossing actually with Trent. Well, they're all crossing together, I should say.
Boog's going to shoot 240 here, it looks like.
So, but the 3 and 4 situation, 268, 249. 224, and that's with back-to-back opens in that 224 game, 9th and 10th frame
struck
splits.
On most of the rest of them.
And 244 from Clay Reed. So he's got Clay, but Cameron Foster was on that pair. Let's see, Clay, Cameron, Luke Fisher, and Bobby Habetler on 3 and 4. Wow, that's crazy.
It's a lot of big numbers over there. Sometimes when you see it, you bowl a tournament, you see a pair with that comes in like that, you think, oh my God, you're getting run over. And then you see a couple pairs down the road where you didn't have a 200 game and things kind of even out. But, you can't get a total picture of the thing by one pair or another, whether it's high scores or low scores. But that's been a good pair this shift so far for sure. What is the proverbial 16th spot on this squad, Emil?
All right, so 16th is
after 2 games here. Again, even though most are completing game 3, we still have the delay because of 19 and 20. So this 16th is only after 2.
Was plus 54.
That's pretty good. That's hitting them. Yeah.
Plus 54. And you can check those standings, folks. Click the link that is pinned. Do me a favor as well, if you wouldn't mind, to hit thumbs up. Also subscribe to Bowlstream TV if you have not. Mr. Liddig, do you get a chance to watch other bowling content during your busy schedule?
Yeah.
What do you watch besides, of course, just actual live stream bowling tournaments?
So yesterday I watched a little, or not yesterday, Thursday. Was it Thursday? Good Lord, Emil, the days run by so fast. Don't get as old as me. But I think it was Friday.
Well, I'm tracking that way, which is good. I'm okay with it.
You got a ways to go to catch me. You'll catch me when I'm dead. But anyway, on Friday morning before I came up here, I left about 1. I was watching a little of the New Mexico Open with Mike.
Sure.
Maybe a half hour's worth. And the other night I watched a little bit of the playback from last year on this, just to kind of see what kind of balls and surfaces and where people were on the lane, just to kind of refresh my mind, even though I did have some notes from last year, but I wanted to kind of see it. So I watched a little bit of that. I watched some replays and that. So, yeah.
So you take advantage of the archives in many cases. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of times you can't because it's not the same pattern, but when they're using the same pattern in the same center,
Right.
even though they're using a different type of oil, I think you can get some. I always say stick to the game plan until you have to abandon it, but
Yeah, I do think that's very unique. You don't see a tournament. You might see a variation of the pattern at an event.
and they've tweaked it a little
Year
bit
to
here
year.
and there, but they actually stayed with the same pattern. I'm kind of looking for a little bit of a tweak next year, but we'll see. I mean, I know, Joe, ironically, I started running the Greater Iowa Scholarship Bowling Tournaments. I didn't start them. I took over in 1999. They'd already been going for 7 years since then. But I took them over in July of 1999, and ironically, that's the same year that Joe and Rosie took over the adult Greater Iowas. So this is all of our 27th year of running these. And I know Joe has made it very public that, his goal as a tournament director, regardless of whether the scoring pace is low, high, or medium, and we've seen some of each of those over the years. I've seen a couple of cuts at the Fall and Winter Classic of 70 under, and last year it was 130 some over. So, but he's stated very publicly, and I love it. And that's the same thing I try to do when I set up the Greater Iowas with our sport patterns. And you can't always get this right, but your goal has to be, you just want to try to have something out there that's going to be competitive for younger bowlers, older bowlers, power players, strokers, lefties, righties. And again, that's hard to do. You can't always get that right. But if your heart's in the right place, you're probably going to get it right more than you're going to get it wrong. I remember one year Nick Hoagland talking to me after they started using a brand new oil. This about 7, 8, 9 years ago, and everybody was commenting how the scores were so much higher on day one than they used to be. And I was talking to Nick afterwards, and he said, Eric, he goes, I told him, I said, Nick, we never got in Game 6, we never got further left than 17, which is very unusual in 6 games in college bowling.
Oh, absolutely.
But they were using a newer oil, and it held up.
Was it ice then?
And it was terrain.
Yeah. Okay.
And Nick said, Eric, when you allow people to stay right longer, that's probably going to produce a higher scoring pace. And I said, yep. And I didn't hear any bitching about it. I just heard people talking about it, that scores were a little higher. So that makes total sense. And it's like this tournament here. If you're going to allow people to stay right longer, then the scoring pace typically will be a little higher. That's not a guarantee. There's no such thing in sports or life with guarantees, but typically that's what happens in this event. Scores are a little higher, and that's okay. I don't care if the scores are high or low. The bowlers that bowl the best are going to be at the top come Sunday afternoon when we get to that step ladder. Scoring, the only reason we ever keep scores is because you have to keep the standings. When the tournament's over, you think that champion cares if he averaged 230 or if he averaged 205? He doesn't,
Give me the trophy.
Yeah.
Clay. Good shot.
How's he bowling today, Clay?
As we open up Game 4.
We've not seen him yet. He's on one of our pairs now.
He was 16th at plus 54.
Okay, he was the proverbial number.
Yep.
So.
Look at Trent Mitchell utilize that friction on the gutter.
Wheeling it in there, yep.
That's in his wheelhouse.
That's
no
his
pun
bread
intended.
and butter.
No pun intended.
Yes. As he was wheeling it with his hand, yes. Yep.
Yeah,
you give him some friction right, look out. Yeah.
He can get comfortable quick.
Yes, yeah. Cam Foster also here on 7 and 8.
I always thought he was a very good player.
3-time All-American at William Penn.
Yeah,
yep.
He was so good.
Yeah, known Cam and his family a long time, and in my book, it's hard to get higher quality people than that. Yeah.
Raising a nice family.
Yeah.
His wife did take over.
Yeah.
In regards to the head coaching role at William Penn, if I read that correctly.
Yep.
Not too long ago.
Yep. Kirsten used to be Newberry, now Kirsten Foster. She's from Michigan. Yep. Trent Mitchell up again. Boy, he got that ball. Yeah, I thought that ball was way. That saw the friction early. I mean, obviously, with what he's bowling, he hasn't thrown many like that today because he's, what is he, 140 some over, I think, now after 3.
Yeah, I would say he was 75 over for 2, and he just shot 250.
Okay, so 130 over, yeah. Yeah, he hasn't. You can't get too many out there, too many errors when you're 130 over after 3.
We are in game 4.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, Luke got a little carried away with that one, and yep.
Right, so game 4 for 90% of the field right now. There is one group that's in game 3, and that's because they were involved in an unfortunate minor breakdown. And so they're in game 3 over on 1 and 2. If you are just joining us in the booth, head coach Eric Liddig of St. Ambrose University. He's been here for a few games now. I appreciate Eric. And obviously you are not tied to this booth. So if you need to step out and take a look at your other players,
I'm good. I'm kind of keeping an eye on him here. I told them I was available. They knew how to get a hold of me if they needed some help. So when they're not down here, that's a good thing, I assume. They're bowling good.
Yes, one would like to think that is
yep.
That's how it works. But Kroll, it's been fun to not just watch bowl, but PBA.
Just such a success story.
Yeah, PBA's done a great job.
A late bloomer,
right.
Didn't arrive on the scene at 18, 19. Again, those guys on tour, they get there from many different areas and many different backgrounds, and it's a melting pot, and it's great to see somebody like that. I heard Boog earlier today say he was 29, and I mean he's one of the elite bowlers in the world right now, and throws the ball very good. And I don't know him very well personally, but every conversation I've had with him has always been pleasant. He seems very grounded and appreciates everything he's got, everything he's done, because he's earned it.
Grounded is a very good word. PBA is my guy Nolan out there has done a great job. They're just seeing his personality. They've been able to put him in certain social media elements, questions, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And he's been fun to kind of get to know just from watching those aspects.
Yeah, I think it was it last year or 2 years ago he made the ladder here? I can't remember.
That would be, I'd have to do some research and ask, of course, Joe, but I would be curious.
You don't feel like doing that right now, do you?
Well, I do have a list of winners, but I would love to know who's made the shows across every year.
We've been really blessed in this tournament that I've come here. Last year, one of our guys, Cam, won it. The year before, one of our guys, Dakota, won it. Stubler's won it. Nate Stubler's won it twice, and Adam Morse won it in 17. So I've been very, very, very fortunate to have had some of the players have some success here. And again, it's like most bowlers go their whole career. Really good bowlers go their whole career and never win an event like this, because you've probably got 60 or 80 bowlers here that are capable of winning it, maybe more than that. And there's only one winner. You got a lot of guys that finish second, third, fourth in all tournaments that feel like they bowled good enough to win it. They just come up a little short. Somebody else was maybe one shot better or one break here or there, and you finish second or third.
Thanks to our tournament director, John Manan, answering the question. And we now know that the VIP lanes are being used for players who are waiting, of course, to move to their next pairs to stay loose, which is a great idea.
Yep. I got a good story about those VIP lanes. So Zach Grime, who graduated this year from St. Ambrose, his freshman year. Before his freshman year started, he bowled this tournament, and they had a pair that was, broke down before the tournament started. So they were using one of those pairs in there. Well, being a party room, that area has a mini bar. Well, Zach's mom flew in from California to watch him, and it's game 2 or 3, and she told me she was looking around for Zach and couldn't find him. She didn't know we were using the party room, so we're in there waiting for the pair to empty before we go on there. She looks down and she sees Zach sitting at the mini bar, and she said to me, "Oh my God, Eric's got my 18-year-old freshman bellied up to the bar."
Yeah.
I've never forgot that story. I said, "No, we're not drinking, Marcy. We're just sitting in here waiting for the lanes to open up." Quentin Boland with a double there. Oh, yeah. Luke's struggling on his spares on that lane. He's missed both of them right. Totally different spares, but he missed them both in the same direction. And it looked like to me, I don't know if you saw this too, but this is one of the things I always talk about as a coach. That most people, now the absolute pros on the tour are a little different exception, but most people, if they're a mile or two firmer on their spare ball, that's kind of the norm. But it looked like to me like both those shots, he was trying awfully hard to get them down there in a hurry, and that affects your balance. I've always said, you show me somebody who's 5 miles an hour faster on their spare ball, probably show you somebody who's on their toes at the point of release. Now, like I said, the pros are exception because they can do that. But I don't know if he was trying to throw them that hard or he just got carried away a little bit. But it definitely can affect your balance when you're trying to throw it hard at your spares.
Well, Luke got away with one there. He's got the front 4 though on 9 and 10. Trent trying to get back on track here. He did strike in the 4th. He had some miscues with count in the 2nd and then 10 pin in the 3rd.
Yep.
Oof.
Spare after I didn't see what he left the frame before that.
Trent, you referring to?
Oh, is it Boog that's got the front 4 here?
That's Luke.
Okay.
Luke is letter B on 9.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Boog is
Boog's
D.
got left a spare in the 3rd,
Yeah.
right. Double spare strike. Yeah. That's what I thought. But I wasn't 100% sure of that.
It's better
See,
shot.
that didn't get there early. That just went down with the boards, and it just kind of smelled right and rolled up. That didn't get there early at all. That looked good the whole way.
Up on a couple hours of streaming time here this evening in Dubuque, Iowa. This is a fantastic bowling center. Now I've seen this on, obviously some past streams, and the red gutters are such an eye grabber.
This is the same design that Red Rock in Las Vegas has. The same gentleman who was the designer of both.
So glad you said that.
Yeah.
And now I put it all together.
Yeah.
But the problem is I've never been to Red Rock, so I haven't seen it in person.
Yeah. So I've been there several times. It's the same color scheme and everything. Yeah. I mean, I haven't been there for a while, so I don't know if it still is, but it was for a long time. So
it's funny you said that. When I was at the Queens, I think someone from the Red Rock came over to watch, and they said I told them I'd never been, and they said, you got to see it. Like you just got to check that out.
Yeah,
great facility.
It is. Yeah. The thing I remember about the Red Rock is, I think it was 2009. I was out there for a good friend's wedding, and we were at the Red Rock, and I was down betting the horses, and my friends were up playing bingo. They were getting ready to play bingo, and they said, "Eric, come on up and play bingo with us." And I said, "I'm not playing bingo." And they go, "Come on, even if you don't want to play, just come on up and have a beverage or two with us." So I went up there, and I'm watching all these people buy into bingo for $50 and $60, and I walked up to the lady, and I said, "What's the cheapest I can buy in for?" She said, $21. I said, "Sold." Well, guess who won $300 in game 3? Me.
How about that?
The other people that were in for 50 and 60 didn't win. Beginner's luck. Another ball just absolutely labeled in the 1-3 for Boog. Luke getting up on the front 4 here. Luke Switalski. That looks good. Oh, that was a kiss of death. Jiminy Christmas.
He might have caught the same thing that Trent caught.
Yeah, that ball had to have been right because it hooked up awfully, just super steep.
Christopher still putting in work. I think he's over on 11
Yeah.
and 12 now.
Yeah.
He's starting to put together some games where you have to make sure you follow him in the standings. He was already bowling pretty well.
You have to keep, you know, that's.
He was 33 over after 2.
Oh, Quinton got away with it. Off his hand, he thought it was a little left. He may have missed it a little bit, and that enabled it to push. He looked a little surprised that it did hold all the way down the lane.
Do you know the young man that's walking back from lane 5?
I do know who it is, but I can't think of his name. Huh?
Did he bowl in college?
That I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah. Trent back on the strike train there with the turkey.
It's got to be Austin.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah. Ode. Is it
Yep.
Ode? Yeah.
I was looking at him yesterday. He bowled a sweep. I know him. I swear he bowled collegiately.
Yeah, he might have. I hate it when I don't know every single bowler.
Oh, he did. That's
and
why
I may
I knew
have
him.
at one time. But
That's why I knew him.
yep.
He went to Lindenwood.
Yeah, he bowled. Yeah.
I'm like, I know I'm not crazy.
Well, I might get into that,
You're
Emil.
right. That's fair.
You wouldn't have invited me into the booth if you weren't somewhat crazy. I had an old coach of mine that said everybody loses 2 IQ points for each year they bowl, and some start with significantly less than others.
That's
if this game won't drive you into the loony bin, I don't know what will.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunity to be driven in that direction.
Most of that we do ourselves. We don't need any help.
That's why bowling's so frustrating.
Yeah.
You know, we do provide a lot of the damage. It is a lot of self-damage as players.
Yes. And I'm sure it's got to be. You know, I also help coach our golf team, and golf's the same as bowling in almost every aspect, so it's the same way. But really, I don't know anything about some of these other sports, but every sport has to have their nuances, you know. Luke getting a strike there on lane 8 for his first double of the game after having a couple of errant shots there in the second and the fourth. Luke Fisher. Bobby Hebetler getting up looking for a turkey on lane 8 here. That's good. Great shot. Ringing 10.
That's one you can obviously tell Trent won it. It might have been just a hair right, going right. Cause it to get behind the head pin.
Smidge late, yep.
Very nitpicky though.
Yeah, because
you had to find a reason.
I was gonna say, that had to been a little bit, maybe a little late. It got going away a little bit, but boy, it's hard to argue with that one. Like you say, you have to be nitpicky to pick that shot apart.
And that's why bowling
But that's what drives us crazy as bowlers. We do that. We throw 8 in a row, and the one we don't strike, we're trying to figure out why it didn't strike. Just throw another good one behind it. Stop worrying about it. Easy to say when I'm sitting here, isn't it?
So Trent, this is game 4, as we talked about. But if you joined us late, there was a little bit of a delay. Breakdown on 19 and 20. And so essentially the group that was on 19 and 20 now is a game behind. Thus, it will affect the rest of the field in small pockets for the rest of the block. So Trent and the rest of the field in game 4 at the moment. But after 2, he was 75 over.
And he shot 258 game 3, I believe.
That's right.
Yeah.
Keep forgetting that. So let me add that in.
So he's sitting really nice after 3 games. Another factor we haven't really talked about is, now on lane 19 and 20, there's one less game of bowling on that pair, so that pair might not, fall into that logical transition, but I really don't think that's an issue. Because by now, these pairs have all developed differently based on who's bowled there anyway and what they were throwing. So you can't get over to 19 and 20 just because there was one less game of bowling and say, boy, that pair was shipped in from another bowl. I mean, you're bowling 6 games qualifying here. You're not going to get lined up on every pair right from the start. You're going to have to do some thinking and some adjustments as the tournament goes on. That's what bowling is. When you're bowling well, you're making good decisions. You're not just executing, you're making quality decisions along the way. We talk about that all the time in college bowling. You get to a new pair and you're 30 or 40 under after 3 frames, and you have to dig yourself out of that hole by figuring the puzzle out. You don't always figure it out. But when you're bowling good, you do.
Some good spare shooting here from Luke Kroll. Going to make the bucket and the 3-9 back-to-back.
Yeah, you don't get to be one of the elite bowlers in the world if you're, not a really good spare shooter. Typically there might have been an exception here or there that just struck so often that they could make that up. But it's hard to consider yourself one of the great bowlers on the planet if you're not a great spare shooter. Shred the rack there. Clay Reese has had a little trouble striking this game here. He's clean, he's making everything, but that's his game. He's pretty solid. But he's only had 2 strikes. That looks like maybe a third one, and it was. He wasn't happy with that one either. You could tell his body language there. The last one he got away with it on that lane when he missed it because it was further left, but that one he missed it, and it had, just did not hit at all. Emil being in the booth from about 9 this morning until about 9 tonight. This 12-hour day's got to be a breeze for you compared to some of your days in the past.
I was going to say, to be honest, this one actually isn't that bad.
No.
It's 3 squads, but 6 games is much different than 8 games.
Yeah, well, like next month when Mike comes up to do the Fall Classic, it's 7 games, so usually first squad starts at 8:30. And the last squad gets done around 11 or 11:30, so that's more like a 15-hour day instead of a 12-hour day. And you've had junior golds and, where it's, squad 1 starts at 7 and squad 4 ends at 11:30 at night.
Yeah.
That's a 16-and-a-half-hour day.
Oh, yeah, and all of the in-betweens.
Yeah, Bobby Hebetler just absolutely annihilating that rack for a big 5-bagger here. He's got another nice game going.
It's funny you said that, because I try to describe sometimes. Every tournament's different, but Saturdays generally of any tournament, especially a multi-squad event, are the longest days, typically speaking.
Yep.
But some of them just can feel a little bit longer based on the number of games, how hard the pattern is.
That is what you just hit. Mike and I last year in the booth, or in February at the booth up there at the Winter Classic, we had the same conversation. And this February was the highest cut I think we've ever had in one of these majors. It was 130 some over. And Mike was saying how those days don't seem quite as long compared to a couple years before that. We had a 70 under cut.
Oh, yeah.
And those days are just every shot, every player is grinding and grinding and grinding. And I heard somebody, where was it? Somewhere in a booth somewhere on the radio, something. Somebody made the comment: is it harder or is it easier to call a low-scoring tournament or a high-scoring tournament? I don't know. You would think maybe a high-scoring tournament because there's a lot more action going on. There's excitement around every corner. Whereas a low-scoring tournament, a three-baggers are precious.
Yeah, I would say it's easier, in my opinion, to call a higher-scoring tournament, but it's because you don't have to kind of create excitement.
Yeah, it's around every corner.
There is excitement kind of built in.
Yeah.
When it's a low-scoring, like when it's the U.S. Open or something like it.
Yeah, well, our Greater Iowas, we bowled on the house shots for
or
years
even the
and
minus
years and
70,
years.
like you just said, like the minus 70 cut you just talked about.
Yeah.
Right, so you're watching, and then now you're trying to figure out, just like the players,
you are
what to do, what's the next move, and so that's how I would kind of like build the story around it to create a little bit of
as a
excitement.
coach or as announcers, you're trying to figure out how to explain to the people
watching absolutely,
what you need to do to hit the pocket, and guess what?
Hook.
If it's that hard for a bowler, it's the same way for us sitting back here. Sometimes we ain't got a clue what's going on out there. If it's a 70 under cut, they're hard. There ain't no magic formula.
Yeah, sometimes it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
And you want to say that, and sometimes we do. You know, it's actually better to say in some cases, hey, they're hard. And because you know, we struggle in our sport sometimes with the image of people. If bowlers struggle, then they're not good, right? Especially on TV.
And again, people that don't compete at a high level or really don't understand. I explain this to our golfers a lot of times. Our golfers will say, Eric, I think I want to try out for the bowling team. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Yeah. Well, I've shot 240 before, and I said, not on what we bowl on in our tryouts. You haven't. I said, same way I have bowlers that say I want to try out for the golf team, and I said, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, that's why I always say it's important to tell why they're hard. Like it's
you can't
hard,
just say they're hard,
but you got to tell them why.
And that's what I explain to a lot of people that don't really know this sport. I always say, we've got $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 lane machines now that you program into that computer the amount of oil and how far it goes down the lane on each one of those 39 boards. It's like golf when you bring the fairways in and you grow the rough and you make the green, you tuck the pins and you make the greens slicker. You might have shot 70 on that course 2 weeks ago, but on these conditions, you might have found it hard to break 80. And it's the same way with these. On your house shot, you got mistake room right, it'll hook back. You got mistake room in, it'll push. Whereas you bring that ratio down, and now they're a lot flatter on the harder patterns, and you don't have as much miss room.
Oh, it's huge there for Trent Mitchell.
Oh yeah, trying to shoot 220 again.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive the way he's kind of bailing out this game. And he didn't allow frames 2 and 3 to define the game, which could have happened.
Yeah, you keep battling. I mean, even if you lead the tournament, you're going to have some mistakes along the way. It's how you react to them that get you. If it's negatively, and you might be in that run, he might have stretched that back-to-back opens into 3 or 4 bad shots in a row, but he didn't.
Just FYI, folks, Game 3 is updated, and the groups down on the high end did complete Game 3.
Okay.
So, with that said, now we know that Trent is the leader.
Okay.
After 3 games.
Yeah.
At plus 132, and is going to add. He puts more context now to that save, right? And I guess it's not a save. It's not like he saved 180, but he saved himself from having a bad game.
When you go from
mentally
27 under in the third to plus 10, you've shot 37 over in the last 7 frames.
I think that's more of a mental save than it is physical.
Yeah, yeah. whether you throw the back four for 180 or throw the back four for 230, it can be viewed as kind of a save
Right,
at the late
right,
game.
right.
You know? I mean, I don't care if you got the front 9 or if you got 110 in the 9th. The 3 and the 10 still account for 30 pins.
Yeah, man, like you said, when you got 33 in the third and the big 3-bagger, and then he wrapped that 10 pin.
Well, and if you look at those 3 shots, I didn't see his first one. I would imagine it was good. The second one he got right early, and the third one I didn't see that either, but he left a 10 pin and missed it. So my gut instinct tells me as good as he's been bowling and as many good shots as he threw at the end of that game, that he probably didn't panic because he made a mistake on the one shot, then he missed the spare. He still felt like he was throwing it good. He didn't have to reinvent anything. He just got back and said, let's go.
Week 245 over on 7 and 8 as we watch Bobby Hebetler finish things up, and Bobby had a chance to get into the 260s.
Yeah.
And for Hebetler, that would be.
Well, he's got to be sitting pretty good in the standings.
Yeah, he is plus 82.
Yeah. Another strike there. He could get to plus 150 in a hurry here. He takes this off the sheet.
That was Cam Foster with the 245 game.
Yeah, I didn't see who that was. I thought it might be Cam, but I wasn't sure of that either. Quit bowling, throwing the last 3 in a row there for a 216. With the 8-10 split in the 8th. Boog's run into a little bit of trouble here this game, but his spares are saving the day. Just made another bucket. And he's made everything he looks at to shoot 2-0.
3 6 spares.
Yes. Yep.
When those are your counts, obviously the best thing you can do, of course, is just keep making them.
You're working for those spares when you've got, like you said, 3 6 spares on any kind of a pattern like this. You've earned that 2-0. Wow, can't be any more solid than that ball Luke Switolski just threw. Talk about splitting the 8-9. Holy smokes.
I think he's going to win a title, multiple actually, I think, in the future on tour.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
It's a great family. His sister's an agent, a music agent. She represents bands.
Did not know that.
And
that's a very musical family.
Other
then.
musicians.
His mom and dad sing the national anthem all over the place.
Having said that, I actually don't know what Luke is majoring in.
That I don't know either.
But I got a feeling it's not music related.
Might want a little bit of escape from that, maybe.
I just got a feeling.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, got a little quick on that one. That's okay. Going to be another solid 2 1/4, maybe.
Got a few scores. Players wrapping up on 13 through 16. Cody Schmidt. Cody finishing up. You see Luke at the bottom of your screen handle the 2-4-8-10. He does get a look at a different piece of equipment in the process.
Luke was 50 over before that game. That'll put him 75 over.
257 for Bobby Hebetler.
Jake Boxty, we were talking about his strike ability the frame before, the couple frames ago, he 180 to start, but he just shot 279. So.
Hey, Jimmy, hope all is well. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. We're actually rolling into Game 5 for a good portion of the field. There's a little bit of a breakdown, I guess about a game and a half ago, maybe at this point. And so some groups are finishing up game 4, others are about to move into game 5. Some are, I should say, some are beginning game 4, is what I should say. But the best news is we can look in the building and look at the score monitors and know what game they're actually in. So they're in game 4 on 3 and 4, and there's a few other pairs that are in game 4. Those that have moved into the gray color scheme are now into game number 4.
So this game on 7 and 8 is game 4 for this pair. Jason, is this game 4 for you guys? Jason Miner just made the 2-8 there, lane 7, and his cousin Jacob Miner up on lane 8.
Talking to
Caden's dad.
yes,
Yeah.
Caden Storm.
Yep.
I gotta ingrain that in my brain.
I talked to his dad quite a bit last night. I told him I thought his son had unlimited potential. Shows well, very nice.
They're not quite on the pins and needles, if you will, but they are at a point to where they're trying to be smooth about if they need to stay for the rest of the night.
Oh,
Do they feel good at plus 98?
I told him I felt very strongly that 98 was good enough, but I have been wrong before, and I will be wrong again, as everybody can say that.
Jake Bedard watching. Yes, it was good to see you, Jake. I wish we had a chance to conversate, but I appreciate your bowling. Good to see you. And Jake was one of our early guests at the Midwest Youth Main Event the first year.
Okay.
He was the kind of the local staff player who was there and helping out the athletes with questions, concerns, and
I never get to go to that event because we're all, that's college, big college weekend, tier 1 event that weekend.
Yeah, opening, not opening weekend, but first tier 1 weekend.
Yes. Yeah.
Jake, I'm curious, what did you see? Yeah, because the scores in B squad did soar. They absolutely soar. And in each game, I was counting the number of players because I had 100 over as the barometer. How many players were 100 over each game? And I think I had there was 2 after 2, then there was 6 after 3.
I do that same thing when I'm comparing
after
squad
4.
to squad. Yeah.
After 5, there were 17.
Yeah.
And I didn't even see what we got to after the full 6. But yeah, I'm curious how it went for Jake.
Well,
he said. Well, Jake, I'm sure many people hold that opinion as well.
On A squad this morning.
Oh man.
there were only 10 bowlers 100 over after 5.
A squad.
A squad.
You said
Yeah.
10?
Yep. Or was this B squad? No, this was A squad. Yep. Yeah, A squad. There were only 10 guys after 5 with 1 to go. There was 10 bowlers 100. 10 bowlers 100 over. B squad. B squad after 5. There were 17, which I come to think of it, those numbers, isn't that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I had to pull my clipboard all the way out of the bag and look through those sheets to say something that I just heard you tell me 3 minutes ago.
Well, it happens.
Yeah.
I do it. We all do it.
That's what I mean by getting old, Emil. Yeah.
We all do it.
So after 3 right now,
Let's put that on.
we have
on the
4
score.
bowlers. We have 4 bowlers 100 over after 3.
Let's put that on the screen just so we can talk about it a little bit. Now, of course, we've got 1 pair each within our live stream bays just because of the
Yeah, this is where they've started
delay.
to spread out, like
Yep.
you said earlier was going to happen. Right.
all part of the process. But to be honest, you know, they handled it well. Obviously, the bowling center got that fixed and very quickly. Joe allowing players to warm up as they wait in the VIP area.
Yep.
You know, kind of helps the players kind of get back into a rhythm quicker, right, as they get back on the actual competition pairs.
And the thing about tomorrow, you know, with only, that's why he cuts to 48, and I think he pays 52, but he cuts to 48 because that leaves them a breakdown pair tomorrow in case something were to happen, because 12 games, that could become really stacked up. That could become a mess if you didn't have a pair to go to if something happened. So that's why he pays a third of the field and cuts to 48. Ray Wigan there just breaking up the 4.79, leaving only the 4.7. After 3 games, I think he was in the top 10. Well, just outside the top 10. I didn't see what he had game 4.
All right, so we'll have this is scores after 3 on your screen. Any, yeah, obviously we'll talk about this, but there's no surprises, right, for you?
I'm sure if you look down, there's always going to be somebody struggling that is a good bowler, but you can't say that's a surprise. That's bowling. I mean, you look at that. You know, the 4 guys that are 100 over right now. I mean, Trent's bread and butter, like we talked about earlier, is friction right. He's bowling very well. Boog Kroll, Cam Foster, Jorge Rodriguez. I mean, none of those are surprises that they're up there toward the top. Clay Reese there at 98 over.
Robert in the chat lets us know that it is pronounced Wiegand.
Oh, and I've always pronounced it Wigan, so I've only had it wrong for 100 years.
I was just going to say, how many years?
Yeah,
he
bowled our Greater Iowas for how many years? Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Andy. It's been a pleasure hanging out with Eric. I don't know if we ever had time in any booth. Have we ever had any chance to be in the booth at the same time?
No, that's what I said.
Really?
This is my first time in the booth with you.
Ever.
Ever.
At any
yeah.
event.
Yep, yep.
I guess it makes sense because you'd always be coaching.
Yeah.
Or
trying to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Good start here on 13 and 14. And then down on 7 and 8, that's on the bottom of your screen. They're actually cruising through, and it makes sense because there's actually no one on either side of them.
Yeah, they're rolling here.
So this is like, you know, double jump times 2.
Yeah, you got nobody to wait on either side. There's no reason you shouldn't be making up time.
Looks like 15 and 16. About set to have Trent, who, as of game 3, was the leader. He did shoot 210. What did he shoot?
I think he had 212 or 210, one or the other. I think it was 212. I think.
Bobby's still striking. It's funny watching the youth athletes continue to grow up. Bobby's now going to be a senior.
It's hard to believe. I know it.
Yeah, just yesterday I met him 4 years ago bowling Elite Youth Tour events.
Well, that's one of the first families of bowling in Chicago.
Yeah, that's the funnier part for me as a Chicagoan. And then basically taking, not my entire life, but it took many years to learn that, oh, it's Bobby Habetler. But when I first met him, I saw him bowl. He's, really good, a lot of potential, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, boy, Habetler. There's not a lot of Habetlers. And there's only one Habetler bowl.
34, 35 years ago, I bowled a regional at Habetler Bowl, and I believe it's still there, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Great center. They're doing great.
Yeah. What suburb is that in? I cannot remember.
It's in the city proper.
Oh, it is?
It
okay.
is.
Okay.
It is in the city proper. It's on the north side.
Okay.
It's one of the last remaining few centers actually in the city of Chicago.
Really?
Yes. The majority are now in the suburbs. But that one is still in the city.
Okay.
Waveland Bowl is in the city, also on the north side. Which one? Waveland. That used to be a 24-hour bowling center.
Really?
I used to bowl high school matches there. It's about a couple miles west of Wrigley Field, for context for those who've been to the Chicago area. And we got some centers in the south side. Skyway, I think, is about the last remaining center on the south side. Halsted Bowl, I believe, is still open. But in the city proper, there's not many left. But as soon as you get outside the city, generally speaking, northwest suburbs, western suburbs, certainly the south suburbs, even into, like Joliet, those suburbs, Lockport, still bowling.
Joliet's always been a hotbed of bowling, too. A lot of good bowlers over the years have come out of Joliet. Jim Stefanich's hometown.
Jim Stefanich, Jason Thomas's favorite bowler.
Ironically, the golf coach of St. Francis, Paul Downey. Paul's, I think, 82 or 83 now. He's a good friend of Jim Stefanich's. Every time I see him at a golf tournament, we always talk bowling because he knew Jim really well. Jason Miner has a spare six-bagger here. I think he was, 97 over after 3.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at 7 and 8 here, full screen momentarily.
Game 4. Yeah, Jason just informed me he had 170 in game 4, puts him 67 over here, so he's looking forward to this game. That six-bagger's almost doubling his score up there right now. So 175 game 4.
Andy asks, what's your
Oh boy.
What's your cut number? What's your guess, I should say?
Who said that?
Andy in the chat. Andy Staub.
Oh, he asked my cut number?
Yeah.
I'm not changing it off what I said before the first ball was rolled this morning. I said 90.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
I think it may dip a little bit under that, but I think 90's going to be pretty close. It may even be in the high 70s. Hoping it dips into the 70s. I got 2-3 guys in the 70s that I'd like to see get into tomorrow. But
That would be somewhat shocking.
yeah, I think right now that's on the outside looking in, but we're gonna know a little while. So
Just go over to 7 and 8 real quick and see Jacob Minor. I mean, it's crazy. Same game, same pair of lanes.
Yep.
If you miss left at 10, it's going left.
Yeah.
And then that's when you make the adjustment. Now, if you know you threw it bad, then that helps. But if you threw it good and that's the result, then
Well, Jason's using his speed, whereas Jacob doesn't quite have that speed, so he has to be a little left to allow it to shape. And like you said, then you don't get it there, and it hooks at your toes. When you move left to try to give it some room, it kind of wobbles a little bit because he's not a high rev player. He's a definite tweener in the game of bowling. I think he's bowling fine today. I didn't see what he had game 4. Jason's up right now in the 8th frame, getting ready to try to stretch this into a 7-bagger here.
speaking of Illinois, it looks like totally unrelated, but the Great Lakes Little League World Series team, which represents the state of Illinois, just defeated the Mid-Atlantic, I believe, out of Pennsylvania.
For the championship?
I don't think for the championship.
Oh, to get there?
But it does look like there was some level of advancement. I'm not sure which round this is. And of course, it's on the TVs right next to our scoring monitors.
That seems like it's been going on for months. Every time I look up, does it seem that way to you too?
It's only like a 3-week, maybe even. I don't even think it's a month's worth of stuff or games. But it does feel like that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Left a half 10 on that. Puts him 49 over through 6 on that pair.
Brody Harold had an RBI single and a run scored. Nice job, Brody. Been watching a lot of baseball lately. I'm a baseball guy, but my son is starting to like it a little bit.
I'm a bowling and golf and love the game of basketball. Love the NBA. I love college basketball. I love it.
I gotta be honest, and I'm a basketball guy too. I've been moving away from the NBA has. I'm in a love-hate relationship. I'm in a complicated relationship with the NBA. And I think it's because of the era that I was born in. And I'm a Chicagoan, so.
Yeah. I spent many nights watching Michael Jordan play on TV with my clipboard, writing down how many points he was scoring as the night went on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's the stat keeper.
Yeah.
It's the defense, or lack thereof.
Well, I think I'm going to disagree with that statement 100%.
I know.
I hear guys sitting in the bar on Thursday nights after the Classic League saying the NBA doesn't play any defense, and I always say the NBA plays incredible defense. There could be fouls called on every possession. It's just those guys are so good and so fast, and at what they do, it doesn't look like.
All of that's true, Eric.
I mean, and the passing is so crisp and good.
That's true, too.
But the game of, back in the 80s and 90s when teams scored 80 or 90 points a game, they didn't put up 63 corners like they do in this day and age.
I think I'd love to see someone not be afraid to go pick up 94 feet every now and then.
Oh, well, you're right about that.
For me.
Somebody gets an outlet pass and everybody stays back.
There's just too much of that.
Yes, I'll agree with you there. Guy making $40 million a year saying, no, I'm not chasing that one down. We got another game tomorrow night.
That's what you do to every possession.
Yes, we got
I just
another
need
game.
a couple of games. I just need to know we still remember how to do it.
Yep, I agree with you on that one.
So these folks up right here, let's see. I mean, if I remember, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So they should finish.
Look at the spot on this 3-6. Not to interrupt you,
Yeah, that's tough.
Emil, but look at this.
Perfect.
Made it solid though. Well, obviously, one of those pins was wobbling when it.
Yeah, that was not ideal.
No, no.
But I think this is going to be a pair that will finish their block unabated. They're going to finish game 6. It looks like they're going to a pair where someone else is in game 5. So they're going to finish kind of in that normal pace.
Jacob came in high flush there. He wasn't sure that ball was going to push either, and it pushed, and it was high flush.
A couple of holding.
Yeah, it did.
ones.
Another beautiful strike there for 222. So Jason struck in the 9th. He's got a chance to post 269 here. Basically double his score in one game.
Just an FYI, too, for those who will hang on. I don't plan to go off the air until we know what the top 48 number is.
So the number is, yeah.
Just so we all can know. There might be some folks watching.
Another good strike for Jake. You can tell from his body language he's
yeah.
fighting to get in there.
Yeah, and that's where he was. Where was he at?
He was after 3. He was 55-0.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what he had in game 4, but you can tell from his body language he's fighting really hard for this game.
Well, I think maybe not. I think just about every team, though, is, or I'm sorry, every pair is just about in the game 4, almost. Might be 17 and 18. That might be the last one.
Solid turkey in the 10th there to scrounge a 207 out of that.
That's more of a save.
Yeah, yeah. He had an early split and was never plus until that turkey in the 10th got him plus. That's a save. Jason Miner up on lane 8. He did his collegiate bowling at William Penn as well. That looks solid all the way there. Snap the 10 out. Ray Wiegand finished with 189 that game. Up in the 11th here. See that ball cross dead over 10 and just flushed it again. Craig Keith on 9 and 10 along with his two sons Ryan and Adam. They both bowled for me.
Oh, how about that?
Yep, twins.
Quick look here at Trent Mitchell on 15 and 16. Oh, still got the right look.
Another, I was just going to say another strike. Solid in the 1-3. Jason Miner with all 3 in the 10th for 269, which I believe will get him to plus 141.
That's a huge game.
Yeah, we've seen our, just sitting here right in front of us on these 3 pairs, we've seen our share of 260 games.
I'm not going to tell you a story. You know, I'm not saying that these are the best pairs. In fact, Mark London was talking about which pairs, you know, were good, if you will. But, you know, I can't speak for the high end because I haven't seen it at all, obviously. But these pairs have been very good today, except for Game 5 earlier. But this group here, the minors, of course, figured it out.
They
on
solved
7
it. Yeah, they solved it.
Kroll with the front 6, and we do have everyone into Game 5.
Okay.
And now, we just had Cameron Foster.
So now there's 10 players 100 over after Game 4.
And so Cameron Foster was at plus, he's now at plus 67, but he shot the 245 that we saw in 7 and 8. That was his Game 4.
Trent Mitchell in second now, Bobby Bettler third, Jorge Rodriguez fourth, and Boog Kroll rounding out the top 5 after 4 games. Sixteenth on this squad is 75 right now. Two-way tie. That's an evil laugh, Emil.
Yeah, he got away with one. Well, Luke Switolski's got the front 6 as well. I mean, what a group. This ended up being a very nice cross, for Luke, who, one thing that is very unique, there's a couple things we've been talking about, but you can't request to cross with a player or players.
Yeah. Yep.
But you do not have to say so with regard to lane assignments. That's a random draw.
Yep.
And, with Luke being essentially the last player in off the wait list, I can't imagine he had requests.
Well, isn't that funny, though, now that I hadn't really thought about it. So you're the last player in the field, and who do you wind up crossing with? Boog Kroll.
I mean, he couldn't have picked it just couldn't have worked out better for him.
Yeah.
He gets to obviously have a fellow two-handed righty on the pair.
Yep.
Just from the lane play purposes.
Yep.
Trent's completely out of their way.
Oh, he's not. Yeah, he's not affecting them at all. And not only that, but Boog being a great player, and not all that unlike Luke, he can get some good reads off one of the best players in the country right now. So, I mean, if he needs him, he's bowling well on his own.
Nice break for Cameron Foster.
Did he slow roll that out of there?
Yeah, and that's going to put him in the 220s.
Yeah.
But he may not be enough for the lead. Here it is.
That's what I thought. He caved the 2-pin in. Yeah. And the old proverbial, okay, whatever. Now he'll flush this one right behind it on the fill ball. Unless he changed balls or something, which I didn't see that. Swished him. Yep.
Luke Fisher with the 266 game on that pair. Where is Luke Fisher? He might be in. He might be in business.
Do I keep hitting that button?
No.
Okay, I thought you were adjusting because I keep dragging my cord over the top. Okay.
No, you're good. Luke Fisher was 58 over after 4. He is the one who just shot 266 on 13 and 14.
That puts him 125 over.
His name is in the mix.
And Jason just went from 70 to 140. I don't know. I don't know what that cut number is going to be now.
Well, I just told.
I don't think the 70s or the 80s are in play anymore.
No. I did say I'd be shocked if it wasn't 98 at this point. But I've been shocked before about many things.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen. You know, one thing, and again, we're still a couple games left. It's still impossible, but I just did a little look in here, and I think, I mean, we've got 5 or 6 very talented lefties on this field, on this squad, I should say, and I think the highest left-hander is Brandon Cryer at 85 over right now. And going through this list, Keaton Ostrowski's 50, Jake Boxty's 47. So these big numbers are being shot pretty much without the lefties shooting some big numbers to go along with it.
So the A and B combined scores, folks, can be found on the pinned link above. So you do want to check those out. 48th in the combined after 2 squats today was 54, or plus 54, I beg your pardon.
32nd, if you use the proverbial 16 from each squad, was 97.
Actually, no. I'm thinking about Clay Reese's score at plus 54. 48th today. No, that was right. Clay happened to be at plus 54 when we started talking about that not too long ago. But it was plus 54. For, let's see, where did the 100 stop? So 29th was plus 103. Okay. So let's just take the 10 players that we had at plus 100 right now and add that to those 29. So we got 39 players right now.
With 2 games to go on this squad. And we already know a few more that have already got there in game 5. So.
Right. So let's go with, that would get us to about 41, 42. So at this point, we could probably say there's probably 6 spots available.
Yeah. Well, like, you know, again, that's part of the fun of bowling. That's part of the fun of coming to these tournaments, because we sit there from the opening bell, like I said, before the first ball was thrown this morning. Not even practice, the first ball was thrown. Somebody asked me what I thought the cut number was going to be, and I gave them a guess, and that estimate for me was based on what I saw last night, strength of the field, what I saw last year, characteristics of the bowling alley, and that's why I said 90. And I bet I'm within 10 pins, but maybe not. Who knows? You know. But it's fun because you sit here and literally 12 hours later, we're still debating what the cut number is going to be.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, these are always CBD, but I feel like when the scoring pace is higher, it's harder, it's more difficult to predict scoring.
I agree 100%. Yes, yeah. Because there's so many big games across the day that, and I mean, we just saw a couple big games, like we just said, a couple 260s doubled somebody's score from plus 70 to plus 140. So, whereas when you're on a scoring pace where 220 is a good game, it's more condensed.
The first team, it looks like, to get to game 6, I'm sorry, not team.
First pair.
The first pair is 11 and 12. And so we will be able to see what the minors will produce. The question is, are they going to finish game 6 before some others finish game 5?
And that could happen.
And we would need to know their game 5 tallies, which we can ask and probably find out, or at least know what their totals are heading into game 6 here.
And they're going to bowl this whole game, it looks like. Well, maybe not the whole game, but they're going to bowl a significant portion of this game with nobody on the right of them, because there's nobody over here to move. So they may bowl the whole game with nobody on the right of them, which will even increase that pace of that pair again.
We said Jason got to, after the 269. He got
142, I believe.
142. So at the very least, is at 140.
So he's got a little cushion there. Not that you ever want to use that word, because a 150 can pop up out of nowhere. Not to wish that on anybody, but he wants to keep that strike train rolling there and get off to a good start here. And as soon as I said that, I looked up and I think he opened in the first frame.
Yeah, he chopped the clock.
Okay.
Not that you would have any questions, folks, but and not that we would have any answers for you. But if you happen to have any questions late about what's to look forward with regard to tomorrow, obviously the rest of tonight, Trent Mitchell's going to be in the 250s and make that 258 even.
Wow, he's throwing it good today.
Excellent game.
Got his best stuff going today.
Well, I'd be curious if that holds up for. I mean, we feel like it can hold up for 6 games, certainly. Will more players maybe migrate to his area and kind of do what he's doing?
Tomorrow, theoretically, there are more players. You know, those are the bowlers that have bowled the best in qualifying. So you get a group of players that are in their best form. They're typically going to be in an area of the lane that's closer defined. So they're going to tear that up quicker, you would think. Just philosophically speaking.
Sure.
You know, it's just like in a good league, you know, where all the good bowlers are playing a part of the lane. We're going to chew that up more than a league where you got 2 or 3 guys that are hitting within a certain, you know, few boards of each other.
Wow, what a shot by Switalski. And Luke, after 4, was 75 over.
And didn't he have the front 6 in game 5 down there? Was that game 5 he had the front 6, or was that game 4?
No, this is it. Game 5. There, he's finishing up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep.
He's a strike away from getting into the 270s.
Yeah.
And Boog, wow, he just sent messengers
Boog's
back
going to
to
shoot
back.
240. Look at the scores on that pair. 250, 240, and maybe a 270.
Yeah, they're making it look. Again, I don't like using the word easy when we start talking about.
Well, no, but again, you got,
scores.
okay, so Luke and Boog are pretty similar, but Trent's polar opposite than those.
Oh, yeah.
So those two, and they're all bowling well. Which, once again, this is a pattern where you don't have to be a super high rev player to bowl well. Boy, he can catch some bowling ball when he lets go of it.
Well, Mount Mercy got themselves another good one.
Oh, without a doubt. Yep.
Sorry, Eric.
No,
you got plenty of good ones.
Well, so do they.
Lord, Boog. You could put a highlight reel together of Boog Kroll messengers. Speaking of messengers, the Cam Kroll messenger this morning.
I saw that one. Yeah. Well, again, if you talk about technology and technique. Okay, so you go back when Mark Roth simply was the most powerful bowler in the history of bowling. And if you watch his YouTube videos from 40 years ago, he's barely getting the 7 out. And these guys rip the 7 out. I mean, these guys leave their half 10s just like Mark Roth did. But these guys got 3 pins flying over to shatter it in pieces just to make sure it goes out, you know. That's technology, that's technique, that's the game, that's changes in the game. It's no different than the golf tour when they used to hit a persimmon wood 260 and all of a sudden they got graphite shafts and they got the metal heads that are 3 times bigger than they used to be, and the guys are hitting a 360 now. That's technology advancing the sport.
Indeed. Yeah. Real quick before we go to 9 and 10, just to look at the scores. 227, 211, 266, 224, 190, 279, 258, 247.
These scores that we're seeing, Emil, they are going to cause people in the 90s to really kind of be on alert going into this last game.
Boy, it's not and for right now, we can kind of throw out the, it might play a little bit tighter third time.
Right.
Applied, etc. And normally that is the case. And I'm not saying it's not completely.
Starts to play truer as the pattern is laid out,
but
over each time.
Shoot, man.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of big games here. I mean, like I just said a few moments ago, how many 260s have we seen just in this part of the bowling center?
Shout out to Inside Bowling and Mike Flanagan, Jim Callahan hanging out.
Yeah, I
doing
heard
great
Jim
work.
yesterday. Yep. Heard Mike and Jim yesterday, or the day before. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yep.
We have essentially traded events to be as accommodating as possible. Mike got a great opportunity, him and Dennis Hacker, to run the tournament.
Oh, wow.
At the New Mexico Open. And of course, thus running the tournament, obviously IB would certainly stream it. That's an event I had been streaming for several years. And obviously Mike and I are great. And so I said, hey man, you got a good business opportunity.
Yeah.
We got to take that. Of course, at the time, he didn't know that this event was going to be on the same weekend.
Right.
So
yeah.
once that was announced, then it became, well, can we trade? Can I come here? He will go there, and we're covered.
Yeah.
And ultimately, that's what it's about.
Yeah. Right. You mentioned Dennis Hacker, USBC president. Dennis Hacker.
Yes,
I have seen a lot of Dennis in the last 4 months. He and Mike Larson from USBC came up and were the guest speakers at our 125th anniversary banquet for our Tri-City Classic League. Then 2 weeks later, we flew to Las Vegas to get recognized by USBC for being the oldest league in the country, or being our 125th year. Dennis was there presenting us. And then also I saw Dennis and Mike both at Junior Gold. So we've seen a lot of each other since April. So.
Just to reiterate, this is still game 5 on 9 and 10.
Here's another big game going over there on 3 and 4. Brandon Cryer looking to shoot 268 if he punches in the 10th.
Well, he was 85 over after 4.
Yeah, here's another one we don't, is this is game 5 for him, isn't it?
Everybody now is in game 5 at the minimum.
Okay.
At minimum.
Yeah.
So 1 through 10 now is in game 5. There's a handful of groups in game 6.
Well, getting back to game 6 over here, let's check to see what the minors pair is doing over here.
15 and 16, by the way, is off to a start. Let me just check. We've got Austin Ode over there.
Cameron Brundage, I see there.
Make sure we don't have any. Well, Brundage is 40 over after 4.
So we don't know what he had in game 5.
Yeah, so that's one to keep in mind just in case. Again, the reason we're talking in what may seem like past tense, if you will, is because there was a breakdown on 19 and 20 about, I think it was game 2 or 3 at this point. It was very long ago. And of course that caused the crosses to be a little bit jagged, but nothing crazy. The bowling center was excellent with regard to the amount of time spent.
Oh yeah.
And fixing the breakdown.
Yep.
Joe Engelkiss, who's fantastic, got the players some warm-up shots, and then those who were waiting to go to those next pairs got a chance to warm up in the VIP lanes.
Yeah. Yep.
And so we're just about there with regard to
well, and again,
game 6.
When something like that happens, it's impromptu decision making that you have to come up with. You have to do what you think is going to be the fairest for the field. And usually good tournament directors like Joe and Rosie and Jen, they come up with good decisions along the way.
Some bewilderment on 9 and 10. We'll get back there in a moment. I missed something about Cody Schmidt, though. Shout out to Holson, by the way. Our guy Holson, it's the morning time in Holson's world of Hong Kong. Holson is a normal and avid Bowl TV viewer.
Oh, wow.
His favorite bowlers include Liz Johnson and Verity Crawley. Verity is actually his coach virtually.
Awesome.
He never, and I'm not lying, he never misses a PWBA event. He lives 13 hours time difference. Generally speaking, just depending on the time zone that we're in.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah.
So he's either up very early or up very late to watch his favorite bowlers.
I got to see the ladies PBA, the first round of their tournament in Green Bay when I was up there for Junior Gold. And again, just amazing the talent that's out there right now. It's unbelievable. I believe that field was 95 or 96 bowlers, a really good field for the ladies out there. And man, Very impressive. Brandon Cryer finishes with a 267 that game.
Another 267.
Yep, that pair has been unconscious for 260 games over there.
Right, I gotta say, you know, when this squad started, it didn't feel like A and B, like for whatever reason. Even though
you stated that very early on.
Yeah, it just felt a little bit different. Even though we had 3 260 games in game one, which is the most we had in other squads. There was only 2, but there weren't any 250s. There were a handful of 240s.
Yeah,
and it felt like this could be a lower scoring squad out the game.
It changed in a hurry, didn't it?
But the scores have actually gotten much higher as the block has gone on, perhaps even more.
Yeah.
You know, and I talked about the 17 people who were hunted over after 5 B squad, but I mean, we're trending in that direction.
We are. Well, there's 10 100 over after
there.
4. Yeah, we might be there already, you know, so.
By the way, Mike said hello to you. Mike Flynn.
Hello, right back at you, Mike. Well, they're 2 hours earlier, so they've got to be bowling maybe the advancers round, the first advancers round out there at the New Mexico Open.
No, this would be.
Or is this the final qualifying squad?
They should be in the final qualifying squad.
Okay.
Just started hour and change ago. If the schedule tonight is the same.
Well, that tournament has actually gone the way of the holiday doubles. They've now added Thursday squads.
Correct.
Yeah. So, which, when you hear of that, is that not what you want? More bowlers, more prize money. More, I mean, that's incredible. The talent level at those tournaments and the extra squads that you get.
Yeah, they. Obviously, Mike. For those who don't know, and I shouldn't assume people know that, but Mike Fagan bought the bowling center, 10 Pins and More. From Steve Mackey and Dana Miller Mackey, his wife, former PWBA Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Steve's run bowling centers his entire life. He's originally from Australia. And, of course, Mike Miller, the PBA champion, was kind of one of the first to be really good at thumbless one-hand.
Yes.
They own the center that hosts the New Mexico Open. They sold it to Mike Fagan. And then Mike, of course, certainly wanted to keep the tournament going.
Yeah.
And they added some squads and to try to also aid into getting more local players to compete as well.
And a lot of those local players, when I was watching the other night, it looked like a lot of those had been on the Thursday night squads.
Yep.
So, yeah, because it'd be almost impossible to get some of your big name players to travel on a Wednesday when a lot of them work during the week. So,
all right, so 9 and 10 you said were the Keiths, correct?
Yep.
Because, you know, the unfortunate gutter spare there on what could have been a 290.
Oh, wow, I missed that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which Keith is that.
I don't know.
Okay.
We're going to find out, though.
Actually, you know what? I've got the letter here. That was Ryan Keith. He is letter D.
Okay. And I don't know what he was.
So, let's see. Ryan Keith. Where is Ryan Keith? Okay. Okay, he had struggled, so he is not in contention at the moment.
Okay.
But heck, man, I mean, who knows with 2 left?
You go 290, you might be in contention. I would think so.
He just might be.
I would think so.
Doesn't matter how bad it was the first couple.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things with the breakdown. It's almost as if the time slowed down, right?
Yeah.
And so we were able to focus on pairs, a pair here, a pair
rather
there,
than having 16 bowlers to look at, right? Yeah.
And it seemed like because of that's not the reason the scores seem to be higher.
No. But we were focusing on them a lot more than we might have been, because we would have saw some 160 sprinkled in there.
Correct.
But we haven't seen as many of that. And that's kind of the last, from what I've seen on this squad, I've seen a lot less 160s, 170s. Now again, we're here, we're watching the lower half of the bowling center, so we haven't been to the high half, but just the general consensus, what I see here, I'm not seeing as many 160 games as I did on A and B.
I believe, if I remember correctly, correct pronunciation for Redner was Redner and not Rodner, I think. I forgot that. I have to scroll. Maybe I can scroll the chat real quick. Yes, it was Rodner. Cody is now he went 202, so he's 50 over with 1 to go.
Well, it's still possible.
50 over after now 5 complete for him. This is going to be intriguing.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Ryan. Thank you, Mo. It is Rodner. I scrolled up to the chat to find it. So Brandon Cryer, he shot 267, correct? Does that sound right, Aaron?
Yes, 267 in game 5, yes.
All right, so that puts him at, I'm getting to
152, I think.
Cut mode here.
Because he was 85, I think, so that puts him at 152.
So he's 152 over, and that, right now that'd be in soft.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's a big mover right there. We got to keep our eyes on Roger Taylor Jr., who should be making his way, I think, back down this.
What is he at after 4?
He was 92 over.
92 over after 4.
Players who are now out of our camera range, Trent Mitchell, Cameron Foster, for example.
They won't affect the cut because they're already significantly higher than
yes.
They're at the top of the leaderboard. So
someone just asked about Chris Ray. He was plus 126 after 4 games.
And he just bowled here. He might have been
5 and 6, right?
He might have shot 250. That might be his 256 in A, I believe. I think it was.
He is C.
Oh, then it wasn't. Okay, that's dramatically different. 172.
Yeah, that is. According to my squad list here, by letter. Shout out to Jen Wittenberg, daughter of Rosie and
yes,
and Joe. She's great.
Yep.
Truly fantastic. Chris he's letter C, so that would have been 172.
Okay, well,
which still puts him. He's in a good position.
Still in the game
to absorb that hit.
Yeah,
at this point in the tournament.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Jorge Rodriguez was plus 133. He's going to be in the 250s, and he's just moving right along. I'm trying to remember which tournament recently. I don't know if it was the end of 2024, because he represents Team Puerto Rico.
Yeah, yeah.
But he won, or his team medaled. I feel like they won gold. I just don't remember the event. Look that up real quick. Keaton Ostrowski down on 7 and 8, but he was bowling really good to start this block.
Strike, spare, strike here. This game.
Yeah, he's 50
He was
over
about
after
50
4.
after 4, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, and it looks like we're about 1 shot away from being out of Game 5 completely. And so we're going to get that update soon, and then we can really go.
Then we can maybe get a better idea, but
absolutely
maybe not.
You're right. It feels like it's going to be.
I mean, are there going to be a? I just don't. From what we've seen so far, I don't see there being a plethora of 170s in Game 6. I just don't see that.
No, I don't see that either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if that happened.
Yeah,
I'd be just as shocked if plus 98 doesn't make it, as it would be if we saw some 170s at this point. The way this has been trending. By the way, Jason Miner is going to be in the 230s. Big double in the 10th frame for him on 11 and 12. So that's the number I'm going to write down.
Jacob Miner.
Jacob, excuse me.
Yep.
Jacob,
and,
not Jason.
Jacob had 2-0 Game 5. So 2-0 Game 5 and 2, so he's 40 over for those two, and I think he was about 50 over after 4. Jacob Miner.
89 after 4.
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, he should be good.
Yeah, he's 100 and a quarter over.
Yeah, he should be good.
There's yet another bowler getting to 100.
That's it. So I'm gonna give him a check.
Yep, he's in. This
His brother.
Come on, crank out this game 5 sheet. Let's get this party going.
Well, Jim was out here corralling those scores.
Oh yeah, they're going to be right on top of it as soon as that last pair gets done, which they just finished.
So Jason, talking about saving a game, right?
Yeah, he's trying to throw the back 5 for 210.
After 4, he was 75 over.
He's 142.
Right.
Yeah,
He shot 267, right?
So he's in easily. You can put a check mark next to him.
Yep, I forgot about that. 267 game for him.
Yeah.
Yep, he's going to be in. That's check mark. And I counted Jason. I didn't count Jacob at the time, but I did count Jason in my 11, 12 player lists from this squad who would be 100 over to go along with the 39 already that we had. And there were the 29 it was. I think I said, 29 players from A and B who were 100 over.
Brandon Cryer getting ready to bowl on lane 7 here with a double.
Brundage is going to, Cameron. Cameron's about to sneak in there. He's probably already in. Right, we don't know his game 5 score.
Who is this now?
Cameron Brundage.
What was he after 4?
After 4, he was 40 over.
And what is?
He's going spare 5 back.
Okay, yeah, we don't know what he had game 5. We will pretty soon, though.
And there
we
it
will
is.
right now.
And there it is.
So how many now do we have 100 over?
It stops at Derek. 13.
13. That puts us at 42 total with 1 game to go. And I guess equally important is how many are in the 90s to be right there. There's 4 in the 90s.
Game 5 is updated. Click the link, pinned to the top of the chat. If you guys wouldn't mind to just hit the thumbs up for me, I'd appreciate that. And subscribe if you have not to Bowlstream TV. We got plenty of competition left. Obviously tonight we've reached final game. It is officially now game 6. And we've got obviously round 2 and the stepladder finals all tomorrow right here on Bowlstream TV.
So Jackson Satterley, one of my incoming players, is the proverbial 16th on this squad, which is 95.
Oh.
And he's right there bowling game 6.
Okay.
He may need 210 or so to get in, Well,
this might end up that.
Well, one thing looks like it's for sure, and that is 12 hours ago when I said plus 90 and Bob Hockrine said plus 110, and I said we may sandwich it. It looks like that's what it's going to be, somewhere in between those two.
Man, that 98 over. It's crazy how much that changed.
If that misses by
Still
a stick or two,
I would be.
Yeah. Now the other side of that coin, which we really haven't talked about, is again we cut to 48, but we are paying 52.
Correct.
So that 98, those 97, 98. Not that you don't want to make the cut, but if you don't, there's 4 other spots that they're paying.
Money is good.
Yeah. Yes. And like his father told me after they were done, he goes, well, he shot 113 over the last 2 games. He goes, whatever happens, happens. If it's not enough, it's not enough. He bowled well. And I said, that's the best outlook you can have. Now, try to convince your son of that if he comes up with a pin or 2 short. Right. But he bowled very well.
Okay, so at this point, all right, let's run through him. Trent Mitchell, and I'll put him on the screen here in a moment. Trent Mitchell is 200 over. All right, so let's go ahead and check mark Trent.
He's 200 after 5,
200 over after 5. All right. Cameron Foster plus 194. We're going to give him the check mark for the purpose of this exercise. Jorge Rodriguez plus 188. Book Kroll plus 176. Bobby Habetler plus 163. Luke Switolski plus 154. All right. Brandon Cryers plus 152. Now we get a chance to watch him. He's on 7 and 8.
He's got 94 in the 5th with a strike in this, or a spare in the 6th.
Oh, it was Brundage I wanted to look at. So Cameron is 29 over.
After 5.
He actually shot 189 and lost pins in game 5.
And what's he got going here? A 260 or 270 going?
He's got 270 going.
As long as he maintains that, but the minute he misses, he probably doesn't have enough. Yep.
So let me find.
What pair
this
is he
group.
on? Oh, he's up right now.
Yeah, he's on 15 and 16.
Yeah.
He's got the flat bill brim.
Yeah, he's got a chance to shoot, what, 277 here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He throws the next 3, he's going to get in.
This is very similar to what we watched young Caden do.
Yeah, right.
Earlier at the end of the squad.
Yeah, 245, 260, or 245, 258, 103 over the last 2.
Oh,
Another solid strike.
Shaking his head like, you know, he may have gotten away with one there, but it doesn't matter at this point. He's going to need at least the first 2.
Yes, that'll put him in the 1-0s. Well, I mean, maybe one of them gets him in the 90s, but I think he needs a double.
Yeah, so the first one gets him in the 2.6s. That's so that we give him 68 there.
Well,
at
he's
plus
40 over.
97.
Even if he doesn't strike, he could finish 96 if he goes 9 spare strike, and that might be enough.
Well, he's at plus 29.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking he was plus 40.
No,
You're right.
he
You're right.
lost the pins.
Yes, you're right, because he had 189. Yeah.
If he shoots 68, he's at 97, and that doesn't get him in front of.
That's big.
The
The 97 and the 98.
Yeah, and there's already 2 players actually at 97.
Oh, so there's 3 of them.
I do need to make sure I understand
he needs a double to go around all 3 of them.
the tie for the last spot rule.
If there's a tie for the last spot, it's a 1-game roll-off.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. Now, one thing that happened a couple years ago, I think there was a 1-game roll-off, but one bowler actually declined and said, "You take the
Never
spot."
heard that before.
Yeah. Yep.
That's interesting.
Jackson Satterley down there. Spare, spare, strike, spare. He was 16th on this squad. He was 96. So he may need 2-0 something to get in, which means somewhere along the line here there has to be a double.
Keep an eye on Jake Boxty as well. He's 32 over on 3 and 4. Boy, this is interesting.
What's Jake at?
I love it. Jake from State Farm.
I don't no. Jake Boxty
Oh, Jake's at plus 32.
going into this game.
Marshall. That's interesting. Okay.
Pardon?
Eric's got. I said you've got the magic.
Uh-oh.
You can ask him to double a number as many times as you can because he's a human calculator.
Who said that?
Marshall Lee.
My dad used to do that when we were kids, and I kind of picked it up from him. It's just quick math. He's
Well, with that said,
here we go.
Cameron.
Oh, he struck on the first one. I didn't see it.
no. He just
I'm
left
looking.
he just left the 610.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong side.
Unfortunately,
That's not going to be enough. 255 and 29 only gets him to 84. That's not going to do it. But a heroic charge there to make a run at it. Oh, I think he kind of knew that, whether, you know, even if he made that, it didn't affect his final standing.
Well, that's one of those now, as you were just talking about. You know, there's still some opportunity to catch a check.
Well, yeah, I mean, even if he didn't make it, you don't know. I mean,
you just don't know.
No, you don't.
It's a good run, though. All right, so Cameron's out at plus 72.
Yep.
All right, so now we'll Mike Peck, actually. He's nearby.
Yeah. I saw him walk through. He's right over here with the Roto Grip jersey on.
He was 45 over, and I see games of 240 over on 15 and 16, a lot of them, actually. That could be, he could be sneaky over there. Let's see if I can find him, because everyone should finish. I think they would have finished one pair to the left of where they started, the way the skip works.
Jackson Satterley just opened in the 5th frame. It's an inopportune time for that because he needs 2-0.
Yeah, that's actually what happened.
He's got 86th in the 5th.
18C. Or I'm sorry, 16C.
Can you see what that is, Emil?
16C, 213 from Mike Peck unofficially.
That's not going to do it.
And that's not going to be enough.
No.
With that said, though, we had 15B. Is that B over there? 15B. Let me see who 15B is, just in case. Oh, that was Cameron. Oh, I'm tripping. It was right there in front of me. That's when I know it's time to go to sleep.
Yeah, that's what it's been a lot.
That's when I know right there.
Just like earlier when I said, yeah, 10 and 17. I went, oh, wait, that's what you just told me 3 minutes ago.
That's why I said, like, oh, yeah, I just watched Mike Peck. Because I watched him on the screen bowl. That's when you know the 12-hour.
Yep.
Actually, no, I'm at 14 hours at this point.
Well, yeah, right. And just think, tomorrow won't be near as long of a day. Tomorrow's going to be about a 9-hour day for you, maybe 8.
Yeah,
with
but
the step ladder.
So intriguing, though. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's
Yep.
finals in round 2.
They've been blessed here, too, to have so many great stepladder matches over the years, too. So many very close games to determine the championship. Many, many times in recent memory, I can remember it coming down to the final shot in the 10th frame of the whole tournament to decide the whole thing.
All right, so the Keiths, I believe, cannot affect.
They're not going to affect the cut number.
The cut, so let's move over to 7 through 10. Keaton Ostrowski won't get there.
He's not going to have enough.
Chris Ray is still in the mix, and he's on 9 and 10. Talked about Brandon Cryer.
I believe Chris Ray is C. We just talked about it. He's got 87 in the 5th. And going into this game, he is 98 over, so he needs a few strikes here.
Well, hello, I cannot pronounce your first name, Sevi Hayes, but we appreciate it. Please hit the thumbs up, subscribe to Bowlstream TV. I stream events all the time as much as I can. This is kind of my solo side, if you will. Also call bowling at other levels, PWBA, PBA, and all kinds of things. So I appreciate you tuning in. It's actually where I know Eric from. Oh, from way back in the day, actually. College bowling. Oh, Brandon Cryer needed that possibly. Spent a lot of time covering the collegiate realm as well, including Eric Liddig, St. Ambrose Fighting Bees. Yeah, so we got tomorrow. Actually headed to Longview Doubles at the end of the month. That's in Texas. Got a new event in El Paso in September. Looking forward to that. Then the Phoenix in October for the Agent Auto. That's a multi-squad.
You got a full plate, don't you, Emil?
I
Just
do,
like
actually.
every year. Yeah.
I do. A couple of new events. Love to get some in November and December. With that said, though, all right, so Cryer, just to be sure, right, he was at.
Even with that chop spare, he's got
he's
enough.
good. That's right. Yeah, we can give him a check mark.
Yeah.
Jason Miner shot the 2. He would have been in the 2 teams. We didn't see his final tally, but he should be good.
He's plenty. Yep.
So the Big Toff, that's who we didn't see.
Yeah, and I think he's. I don't see
Probably
him.
done.
Yeah, he may be.
But he was at plus 127. That's. You're in the zone where 170 can hurt you once you get into plus 120s.
Yep.
So that's where it starts to get tricky. That's where Chris Ray is at plus 98 currently.
Right, and he's got 87 with a strike. That's what I said. He needs some strikes here.
Update on Roger Taylor Jr. Front 4, 9 spare double.
Working on another big game.
At 92 over currently.
Chris Ray just doubled. Roger Taylor looks like just struck again. Yep. Caden Stork and his dad have been literally behind us for about 3 games now, watching this, knowing with each game how close it's going to be, whether that 98 gets in or not.
2 games ago, he wanted to ask me what my opinion was on it.
I saw him. Yeah.
Jackson.
Yeah, he's had back-to-back opens with a spare. I think he's maxed at 190 something, isn't he?
He is letter D.
Yeah, he's D up there.
He's got 214 left.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he's 4D.
Oh, he got a double in there that I missed.
Yep.
Okay, so he's still in the game.
He backed it up.
Yep.
He's in play still.
Yep. He needs a couple more strikes.
He's at the point though where he has no room for it.
He's dormy.
Yeah, he's got a strike in the 9th, and he
at least
needs
one
the
or
first
probably
2
2 in the 10th. Yeah.
We have reached the well past the 9 o'clock hour, but Chris Ray, that's definitely the Chris Ray that I'm thinking of. I just can't remember, man, as a youth player, did he make junior team? I feel like he made the team. This bothered me. He was a Dexter USBC All-American. Man, I thought he made the team. Still feel like he did.
All right, Jackson Satterley up in the 9th frame down there now. Nothing but a strike will do here.
Ooh, Darren Galbraith. He's in the mix too.
He's got 107 in the 5th this game with his potential spare here in the 6th.
Yeah, he's at plus 113.
Okay, so he doesn't have a lot of breathing room, but a little bit. Okay, Jackson's up now. Lane 3. He likes the shot. Oh, he flushed it.
Yeah, that was
just flushed it.
Absolutely
He
aced.
posted that shot perfectly.
Oh, that was dead
He's
ace.
2 strikes away from bowling tomorrow.
Oh no, Darren.
As soon as we said that he's got a little breathing room, I said, I'm glad I said potential spare, because he flagged the 7 pin, which now is 116 in the 6th. So with that, that puts him 109 over. Because wasn't he 113?
Correct.
Okay.
Derek Kindig, who according to my sheet will be 9A.
178, working on 238 pace here.
Yep, he's at plus 103, and
so he should be good. He's got enough cushion here to make it, depending on count.
Jorge's going to, we don't know who's going to lead. And Jeff Riggles will try to get the leader.
Yes. He usually does an interview with the each squad leader.
And we will try to get that person in the booth as we have an A and B. All right, so Roger Taylor got the first one in the 10th after a spare in the 9th. He's in the 240s, and Mr.
safe.
Taylor is good.
Yep, you can put a check mark next to his name.
He is
Yeah,
safe.
the leader here on this squad could be a number of 5 people. It looks like it's either going to be Trent Mitchell, Cameron Foster, Jorge Rodriguez, Boog Kroll, or Bobby Bettler. They are 37 pins apart heading in the final game here. We'll see which one emerges on top of this squad.
Roger Taylor in the 250s now officially good. Derek Kindig, he strikes in the 9th. He's good.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's in.
This group on 9 and 10 is going to finish ahead of 5 and 6. So I'm going to
put a check mark here.
all right, who do we check mark?
Jacob Miner.
Okay, Miner's in.
Yep.
All right, so Miner's in.
Jackson Satterley up right now, needing a double in the 10th to have a chance to advance.
So Boog Kroll right now 233 over.
Oh, ringing 10.
Wow, great shot.
Oh man, he posted that as well. And I don't think that's going to be enough because he's maxed at 91.
Yeah, he's going to lose pins.
Yeah, he's going to lose a spare strike. He's going to lose 7 pins, and he was 98 going in. I don't see 91 being enough. Boy, that was a quality shot there. Oh boy. Well, but again, we've got those 4 other checks to play with, so get your count here.
Yeah, that puts him at.
You don't know.
He was 95 over.
Oh, 95. So he's going to be in the high 80s. So yeah, boy, that's one strike there gets him past those 2 97s and the 98. You know.
232 over for Boog Kroll.
232.
Yeah, 232 for Boog,
Okay.
which might mean he could lead. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, that could be enough to move him into the front.
So with that said, so we couldn't. Jackson wasn't in. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, Darren.
Yeah. He's in right now, but he's got 2 frames to bowl yet.
And so Chris Ray has got a 10-pin to handle. And Chris is 98 over.
He needs to make this.
He makes this, he's all but in.
Strike here gets him to 103.
Would put him in a tie just in case. This is a just in case, but he would be in a 3-way tie with Zach Andreessen and at the moment, and Darren Blomquist, I should say. Darren Blomquist.
At 103?
At 103. If it came down to it, which it shouldn't.
No, I don't think so. But
it should.
The way things are going here, I'm glad you said shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
Yes.
But we don't know.
That was a shouldn't as the chin went down.
Yeah.
Shouldn't.
Yeah. I don't know.
We've seen some crazy things tonight on the C squad.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Chris Ray.
103.
He's in at plus
205 to get him in at 103. Darren, beautiful shot there in the 9th.
So Galbraith, he's pacing the 190s.
Yes.
If he marks in the 10th, he'll be in the 190s, specifically spare. If he strikes, he'll be in the 2-0s.
And what was he, 113 going into this?
113. So he is.
Yeah. He's a mark away from getting in. Yeah.
You don't want to leave that to chance.
It's good that he struck there, though, because
Yeah.
count won't be a factor, you wouldn't think. So
180, you don't want that. It's not what you're looking for.
Jorge has a chance to shoot 236, which would put him ahead of Boog.
Yeah, he could have gotten to 244, I believe, according to Jeff. That might have been before the 9th frame, though.
Okay.
36, if I'm looking at the right number, yeah.
Derek
plus-
Kindig just shot 237.
Yeah, Jorge is going to be at 224. Strikes out. Derek, as you said, 237. He was certainly in. Actually got him to 140.
Who's that?
Derek?
Yep. So it looks like Jorge is going to be 225 possibly here if he gets these 2 pins.
All right, so what I'm going to do is that everybody is about accounted for. You make sure. Jorge, Scott Crutel, make sure we're not missing Scott Crutel. Crutel's score.
225 for Jorge.
I don't see him. Yeah, he was not in play. All right. So what I'm going to do here is then I'm going to turn our camera and essentially go ahead and get 5 and 6.
Yeah, one of the last pairs in the building still bowling.
It's Darren's 10th frame here. This first shot might be the difference between bonus bowling for him tomorrow and maybe catching a check as one of the 4 who is out. Oh, you're
Which
good.
bowler? Yeah, sorry.
Darren at 113.
Oh, yeah. He needs a mark here. And maybe not, you know. But a mark here is good.
9. So if he goes 9 out, he's tied at 97 over.
Right.
Just
So he needs a mark. That's good. That's good.
And
oh,
there
yeah,
it
ripped
is.
it out of there.
and there it is.
Yep, that gets him in.
All right, with that said, now that we know everybody here is good, we will now turn our attentions to Book Roll.
I'm going to head out.
That's
Emil.
right.
Yep, and I'm going to turn it over to Boog.
My man.
Squad leader here, it looks like.
Great job, Eric Liddig.
Yep.
We appreciate you.
Enjoyed it, Emil.
All right. We'll move. Mr. Liddig. We'll have Mr. Wriggles.
Going that way? I think you got to come out this way.
Yeah. I'm in a labyrinth there.
Yeah, you got quite the setup here.
All right, well, the end of C Squad here, and we have Boog Kroll, the C Squad leader, not quite the overall leader. I think he's second overall. Thanks for gracing us with your presence.
No, thank you for hosting and being a sponsor of this amazing event.
Yeah, so a lot of people out there are probably going to wonder, what's a PBA Tour champion from, you know, a couple hundred miles away? What are you doing here?
You know, if there's anything to bowl while we're not on tour, I'm going to try to go and stay sharp.
You're a diehard.
Yeah, might call me like a weekend warrior, but it's something that I have to do to stay sharp, and it's my full-time job now, so got to get a paycheck somehow.
And just talk us through today's action. You know, you got the lead with a big last game. That didn't look like urethane that you were throwing.
No, it was not. I threw urethane the first 4.5 games. I threw a purple hammer. pretty firm and right. There's a couple guys like left and right of me able to shape it off of it, and I couldn't. I was trying to play the stay right and just jam it through the hole, and it worked okay until I shot 204. And I was like, I need all the pins I can get for tomorrow. So I was like, let me get a reactive ball and see if I can shape it off the gutter a little bit.
Okay. And you were shaping it. I mean,
Yeah.
that look. I watched the last game. That looked really good.
Yeah, through a stealth mode, a little symmetrical piece, and was able to shoot 240, 250 the last two.
Now, seeing what you saw that last game has to give you a lot of confidence for tomorrow, I would assume, since we're going to have 12 games tomorrow.
Yeah, I assume that I'm going to throw either a black hammer or a purple hammer the first couple games, and then once I see my reaction dwindle away, immediately go to reactive. Don't even try to trick it. I try to trick it, and I bucketed maybe 3 or 4 different ways.
Yeah, this isn't a house usually where you can trick it too well, at least on what we put out here for this.
Yeah.
You get into the 2-8-10, 3-6-10 type reaction.
Yeah.
What year was it you made the ladder here? That was 3 years ago, 2 years ago?
I think 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
It seems like I hit it every other year.
Yeah, because last year something came up and you couldn't make it last year.
I think I was in Costa Rica
Okay.
for the Raza.
Now, for truth, you could go to New Mexico and bowl for a lot more money this weekend.
Yeah, so being in central Missouri, it's kind of hard. Like, either I can decide to leave Wednesday, go to New Mexico, and bowl that whole week, and fire in for, what if I bowl like 3 or 4 squads? Or drive a shorter distance up here where the Greater Iowa crew runs an amazing event. Their pay structure is always good. And I'll be back in like 4 weeks for the Fall Classic. So it's just it's an easy drive. It's a boring drive.
Yes,
I
I
will
have
tell
done
you
it
that.
myself the other direction.
Yeah, it's a boring drive. But, it's one of those things where this is a well-ran event, and I'll always support it if I can.
Okay, well, that's fantastic. Joe and us appreciate that a lot.
Yeah.
Look ahead. You don't really know yet what 2026 is going to be all about, do you?
No, I do not.
I talked to Tom Clark the other day, just checked in with him, and he said, we don't even know yet. And I assume he's telling me the truth. He doesn't usually lie to me.
Yeah.
He no comments. And he said, we're still trying to figure it out. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting
I mean, we know we got 10 straight tournaments on
10
CBS.
on CW.
CW. And then CBS has the World Series.
CBS has a World Series
Yep.
and whatever the Commissioner's Cup is.
Yep.
Hopefully pick up another couple events along the way. I'm not sure what the league looks like this year.
Do you think there's going to be a league?
I have no clue.
Yeah.
I think the manufacturers kind of liked it.
Yep. I think so, too.
I think it went pretty well last year, so I assume there'd be some team structured event, I think.
Okay. That'll be
What
good.
that looks like, I don't know.
Okay. And what do you guys all think about where the money will be without Fox? Do you expect Bolero to make it so that it's not a big drop-off?
I mean, I think we're going to be saving some money not being with Fox Sports. So I think we'll get some of that money back in the prize fund that we were paying Fox. I hope so.
And when you're a bowler, a diehard, you're going to be there every week.
Yeah, I'm going to be there. I've worked my way to this, and I'm just going to try to keep doing it for as long as I can.
Are you still pinching yourself being the guy that I mean, everyone remembers Delaware, and,
Yeah.
and who is this guy? He
Yeah,
comes
yeah.
up. I mean, diehards like me, we knew your name from other tournaments, but for the average fan, it was like, where'd this guy come from? And then you won and you won and you won, and it's like, so you still must be pinching yourself a little bit.
Yeah, it's a dream come true. Now, when I go to regionals, like, I'm the guy to beat, which is kind of different. Like, I grew up and like Tom Hess was the guy to beat, Dave Bears, and now I went to regional in St. Charles, and me and Kevin McCune were the only ones with titles. I was like, oh, this is changing now.
You're bowling every Pro-Am then.
Yeah, every Pro-Am has my name on it.
And to come up here, you're kind of the name that's here this week. And
Yeah.
How is that? Is it change anything for you in how you approach a tournament?
No, I'm still here to compete and win, and it's a lot more talking now. People want to talk to me
Yep.
and come, like, just say, hey, what's up, how are you? And that's new to me. I need to be more social about that aspect of it, but I'm really enjoying it.
It's kind of the price of fame.
Yeah,
when
it
you're
is,
a pro
and
bowler.
Yeah, everybody wants to talk to you, and
Yep.
I'm definitely okay with that.
And the fans are 2 feet away all the
Yeah.
time, unlike a lot of sports, so you're
No.
going to get that. All right.
No, and I enjoy it. It's great.
And what final thing here? What do you like tomorrow's format?
Yeah, I think even if you're like number 48, you still have a chance. There's 12 games with a lot of pins out there. You come out, shoot 805 the first 3, and you have a good chance to be in the top 5 for sure. Because what's cut going to be, like 100 over?
Yeah, it's going to be right in the high 90s probably,
Yeah.
somewhere right just under 100, I think.
Yeah, right under 100. I'm at 230 over, like 100 pins easy. Just like that.
Yep. Well, hey,
So-
great bowling, Boog.
Thank you so much.
Good luck tomorrow.
Are we pot bowling right now?
They're going to make some money here at the
Oh,
Diamond
yeah.
Joe. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks, we'll All right, so I'm going to hang on until we get to the top or until the 48 number. Well, maybe we won't, actually. All right, we got a few minutes. Jeff Riggles is actually announcing. They cut the music off. Plus 97 is the number. Okay, I'm going to talk real quick because Jeff is announcing slot card winners. With that said, though, plus 97, no roll-off. We did have 2 players at plus 97, but they are 47th and 48th from what I understood. So no roll-off. We'll have the top 48 on the lanes tomorrow for 12 games. Appreciate all of the wonderful, wonderful sponsors. Of course, 11thframe.com, Cherry Lanes, Diamond Joe Casino, Dubuque Regional Sports Commission, Brandon Steen and the Steen team, IAMBowling, Quick Star Quick Trip, and of course Ebonite. With that said, we will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. I'll be right here, Cherry Lanes inside Diamond Joe Casino. Big thanks to Coach Eric Liddig, Jeff Riggles, Book Kroll, the leader on C Squad. We will see you all tomorrow morning. This has been a presentation of the 11thframe.com Open. My name is Emil Williams Jr. You watched it live on Bowl Stream TV.